saying FaZe Sunday. I can't help it. It's going to be Vendetta Sunday, Poro.
You think so?
Yeah, and it'll start here, game 1, game 2.
Well, for FaZe, it needs to be a FaZe Sunday. Otherwise, it's going to be a Liquid Monday as we come into our first map here on Erangel, coming across a nice, easy, calm plane.
Oh, that's beautiful.
It is. I mean, this is exactly what you want to see as far as a plane goes if you're any of these teams that have to kind of make moves early here. And interestingly enough, we see FaZe dropping out early. So I guess they've completely given up on the Mill to Power dream here.
Potentially maybe down to Primorsk or around that quarry region for FaZe, but hey, earlier the better. We'll see how that plays out for them. Maybe mixing things up, Poro. And that's potentially what FaZe need to do, mix things up.
You know,
because obviously yesterday didn't work at all.
It's such a mixed bag, though, because you start mixing things up, you get too far away from the play style that you've grown so accustomed to, that you've seen so much success with, and now all of a sudden you're coming rotating in from different paths. You've got different teams that are going to be in front of you, so it makes things a little bit. It just adds that one additional element of risk in there. So we'll see how the FaZe boys cope up with it here as we check in on AT coming down. In a lovely shade of FaZe red today. We're not orange.
Yes.
We like to see it. We love to see it.
We do love to see it. For FaZe, they would definitely love to see better performances today for what is the final day of the semifinals. Match 1, Erangel. Let's get our first circle. Okay. Oh, it's Yasnaya, potentially Stalber if it keeps going north, but certainly couldn't be further away for FaZe. If we're watching them and talking about them, that's probably not an ideal circle to start with, Poro.
That is going to be an interesting rotation path. I mean, I imagine what we'll probably see them do is something where they stay along the west coast, come along from the north side. They are used to those hard northern rotations, but that is but one team in this map. There are so many teams that we need to be concerned with today as we check back the circle. Lazarus right dead center in Yasnaya, all to themselves. We have SKT just off to their east, and Red Canids have Pachinki all to themselves.
And just south of Red Canids is W-Click on the cliffs. They've been a standout team, and we'll see where they will finish, but it's looking likely that it will be in the top 16.
Yeah.
Can Red Canids join them is the question, potentially, of the two LATAM teams. We might see both of them heading off to Oakland, and wouldn't that be something special?
I mean, W-Click's been an absolute revelation this tournament. I mean, this is the best we've seen improvement from these Latin American teams over the course of the year. You know, we saw more improvement at the GLL Grand Slam where they outperformed all the North American teams there. Hate to say it, but it's, you know, stats are stats. Ball don't lie, and it's true. So, you know, seeing them perform even better now that we've gotten to this global championship stage is really, really heartening, and I like to see this region stepping up.
Rybo and Silson are probably the more common known names from W-Click, but I think Harold and Reichner, like just giving them a shout out, they've been outstanding for me as a neutral viewer in a sense, and they haven't been carrying the team, but man, it's such a team performance for W-Click, and you could kind of say the same for Red Canids. I know a lot of people know Andy, Rusty Zera, but Psycho and Raspu have been definitely holding their own, so huge shout out to those two, and we'll see how those two LATAM teams will go today. You mentioned before that circle, actually GEX have sent Sophia right up towards the west of Stalber very early. Gabba just watching AHQ rotating by. Unable to find anything though. To CC from AHQ, who are interestingly sitting in the 16th position right now, 32 points. We talk about what the cutoff points will be. Well, right now, AHQ are setting the tone. So FaZe in last place, 18 points behind AHQ. When you think about it, Poro, like a 10-kill win for FaZe and 0 points from AHQ, and that just puts them straight into 16th. So AHQ have got a lot on the line here today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we got our lowest B group team that is no longer playing infantry, sitting on 39 points. So that's most likely the first spot that's going to go as we check in with QM, making their way in just north of the lake to the west of Yasnaya. You know, they've got 4 a.m. just to the south of them, and the question on everybody's minds is 4 a.m. for real. What are they going to do today, knowing that they have such a lead? As we see Helen going to take a few shots at a passing Purdy Curdy, but not going to find any joy.
A few shots, took almost all the shots, and yet didn't land a single one onto Purdy Curdy, who drives by. It's interesting to see right now, at least from the map that we can see, is a lot of teams are pushing up north of Yasnaya, north of the pond next to Yasnaya, rather than playing the fields, obviously, which is not what you want to do, but they seem to be assuming this circle is going to go north, that it's going to be around Stalba. That's not a given, though. Phase 2, if it goes south, Poro, we're going to see a lot more rotations happening once again, like we're seeing here for Phase 1. Hallen's going to get joined by Ada. Obviously, for Lazarus around the Yasnaya region, they're going to get this warehouse pretty comfortably early, just south of Stalba.
Well, if you're a conspiracy theorist and you believe that the crates predict where the next circle is going to go, we have a crate right in the south side of Yasnaya right now. Ghost has made their way into the city, as we see TSM making their way here in the south. They have Vendetta, W-Click, and Red Cannons all around them. It's going to be interesting to see where they decided to go, how deep they decide to go here.
And TSM were sort of like our 4 AM from Friday. They were dominating their lobby. They were in control, cruise control. Now, of course, they're going to be playing with 4 AM here today on Sunday. We'll see if TSM can continue to ascend. We
thought TSM had a dominating performance on Friday until we saw what 4 AM was pulling out, where they come out with another 23 additional points over what TSM cut the engine off, creeping up to heaven here, seeing if anybody takes any shots at them. Nothing just yet, so TSM might have found themselves a home, as W-Click is going to keep going past them. Tempo Storm still looking for where they want to go on the western edge here.
TSM might be one of the few who decide to hold south of Yasnaya for this circle. There will be a couple of Freak of Freaks just around Lipovka, spread out north of it. We're actually seeing shots from Red Cannons onto Vendetta, and Vendetta's a team that probably want to find kills today, Poro, but maybe not this early on, maybe not at the 6.5 minute mark. We've seen how that goes for them from Friday, and it didn't go well against TSM.
Yeah, they had a little bit of a rough time in their looting spot with Farm and Milta being right there. TSM just kind of kept running into them and feeding off them a little bit, as we see a few shots getting traded back and forth here between the T1 squad. They are just to the east of Yasnaya in a 2-2 split. They have Ghost just off to their west.
Yeah, T1 playing the 2-2 split, 2 north of Yasnaya and 2 pretty much even with Yasnaya. So I think they're playing this pretty smart right now for T1's sake. So from Heaven, spot Red Canids going through the swamp just north of Mansion. Vendetta actually ended up holding around Shelter from that early exchange with Red Canids, who have obviously moved forward. Sting Divine Esports just pushing up near Potato Hill. They're going to be coming in late. And as for the phase update, Poro, they're over at Everest. So they'll be coming in probably another minute or so.
Well, this is good from phase, actually, because, you know, you're dropping in a location that you're, you know, I mean, obviously these guys are accustomed to this, right? This is something that they practice, but it's not something that they've done as frequently as they have their Milta power drop. This, you know, so coming in a little bit later when the circle goes that far away from you, taking the time to make sure you loot up. They're not eating any blue damage.
You wonder how much loot they were able to find in that time, though.
Yeah, you know, they're barely ahead of the circle. They'll come in late. They'll be fine.
Speaking of fine, though, W-Click has been spotted by TSM. Not a team you want to take too lightly here. W-Click priming the nade, but so is Rory into the hole. Might have thrown it a little too far at the backside towards Ragnar. Nade throw from W-Click, as Silza with a headshot knockdown onto Rory. They spot Gustav as well, just to the left of the tree. Now he has to fall back, and I don't think there's any saving Rory here, and there might not be any saving Gustav either. W-Click are not a team you want to take lightly, despite how good TSM have been playing.
Well, it came down to a 2v2, and W-Click comes out ahead on getting the first down on Rory. Now they're getting support from Harold and Rybo. Iro and Michael still in heaven, trying to provide some oversight,
Michael's
but not
pushing.
getting any angles here.
Michael's pushing up. He's pushed over to Gustav. Needs to give him some backup because they know the rest of W-Click want to take this fight. You can see Shrimsy's getting involved as well. Now they'll take shots at TSM or W-Click, whoever they can spot. Oh, Rybo gets the knockdown onto Gustav. The spray's decent. Iro with a triple tap. He gets knocked down, Rybo, though, to Iro. Nice trade back for TSM, but they're wounded. They're only down to 2 players remaining, as Iro can't confirm Harold, who gets away on half health. W-Click down to 3, TSM down to 2.
Iro trading it back, but maybe just a little bit late. It maybe could have saved his teammate there. As the new circle has popped, we see we're going over to the Yasnaya fields. All our teams that are up towards the north side now have to make that decision. Do they want to go south of the lake here? Do they want to go south of Yasnaya? Or do they want to bide their time and see what happens next?
You say those teams up north, it's Stalba region teams at the moment. AHQ, Lazarus, 4 AM are in that vicinity as well, along with GEX. FaZe have decided to rotate back from shooting range towards Roadsock Turtle. Spots Michael driving by. Iroh will be following him after that here. And will Iroh make it out alive though? W-Click, Sting Divine both looking at his direction. Not the start that TSM were expecting. Fortunately, they got a lot of their points already on Friday, Poro, so they're not going to be too stressful going into today despite this rough start.
Yeah, they can afford to have a few rough games here and still be pretty comfortable. Good seeing SDV take a few shots early here, as that's been kind of one of their biggest criticisms going into this, is that they manage to get to late game, but they don't manage to get a lot of kills. So seeing them play a little bit more aggressive there is good news. As we check back in with 4AM coming into the north side of Yasnaya, they've got QM crashing just to their south.
QM and 4AM both wanting to take the western end of Yasnaya Polyana. Tempo Storm running a 2-2 split though at the bridge. I think this is probably one of the better locations right now that you could ask for. Depending on how phases 3 and 4 play out, they can obviously take either side of the river and then play north or south as well as west and east as QM take the Wizzy Tower in the fields. If it does continue to those fields, Poro, this is a decent spot that will get you a great placement towards the end of the game.
Oof. Nice shots there from GYY. Gonna take McCoy pretty low, as I've never heard it referred to as a Wizzy Tower before. Now
Wizard
that's
Tower?
my favorite thing.
Wizard into Wizzy.
Wizard into Wizzy. That's that might be my new favorite thing. It's adorable.
Thank you.
I love it. Okay, QM finding the shots onto Wayless early here, and if TSM is feeling okay, they've got I think 4AM is a little bit more secure in their standings. They can afford to have, you know, probably
you
6 bad games.
77 points in 6 games.
Yeah, they should be fine.
I'm sure 4AM will be fine. There was a lot of debate about 4AM and what maybe they should do today. A lot of talk about maybe trying to make sure some teams don't qualify.
Yeah.
Not necessarily hot dropping, but maybe cutting off rotations or just being a bit of a nuisance. 4AM, I think, are just going to play their normal game.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing though. Who is 4AM scared of? You know, who would they really focus on and say like, oh yeah, we don't want them to? I think they can kill pretty much everybody. As you see Wayless actually going down again. QM needs to be careful. Maybe they're going to start attracting the attention of 4AM here, as Wu Fang going to try to get the flushing grenade.
Now that's a second knock onto Wayless as well, so he's bleeding out rather quickly. ZGG is going to have to speed up the process. GYY doing a decent job for QM. You can look at ZGG's stats as well. First in damage and kills. 25 seconds until phase number 3. As Yan Lee's going to bleed out to Uncivil for Lazarus, one of North America's hopes for today.
Yeah, North American hopes definitely hinging on Lazarus, Tempo Storm, and to see if maybe Ghost can rally from a very, very rough day 1. They've got a lot of work to do, though, as we see Tempo Storm in a 2-2 split. Now, where's this next circle going to go? Wow, we're going to cut back to the northeast. So we're going everywhere here. We're going to go north, and we're going to cheat south, and we're going to go back up to the north. And
it's a bait and switch, Poro.
It is, yeah. Yeah, that is not what you want to see.
Fortunately for Lazarus, they didn't give in to the bait and switch. They stayed at the warehouse. Now they're in a favorable position for phase 3.
Absolutely.
And we're seeing that rotation again for all the teams that were around Stalba, went south of Yasnaya. Well, now they're just backtracking immediately.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard shift, interesting shift. Vendetta now in some trouble. They've made it past Tempo. Can they make it past 4AM?
Wayless is pretty good with the spray here as they go by. Icon's going to be knocked down. It's further bad news for Vendetta. It just seems anything that they do just doesn't work out. Crit was able to get by. Non-red pulls up short on the hill, looking for the yellows. Edge is going to get there too. Can he make it in safely, though? He can. Oh, that's probably the best it's been for Vendetta so far this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, they lose one in a very scary rotation, and they force Tempo to make their way out here as forever. Oh my God, Yeezy gonna take down Critical, and he is far away from the rest of the boys here. It's gonna be a rough res for the Vendetta squad.
Wayless goes down. That was his third knock, was finished off by Easy. Xiaolu changing position here with the rest of 4AM as McCoy spots him. Ghost Gaming are in here as well. We've actually got a lot of teams now that have decided to crash into Yasnaya. It's obviously a fairly big city. You can fit a lot of teams in. ZGG knocked down by Strimzy. 4AM certainly not playing with the same pizzazz as yesterday. In fact, they're the fodder today.
Yeah, Ghost getting a lot of downs here so far, but no kills confirmed just yet. Seems like they're doing a lot of damage farming, but nothing really to show for it. As Forever going to try to put the smoke wall down, stay alive for a little bit longer. He's going to take a few shots from McCoy, but he'll stay alive for now.
Trevor and Xiaolu last to align for 4 angry men. Stark contrast from what we saw of them yesterday. As FaZe Clan continue their rotation up north towards Stalba. They've got Tempo Storm just to their left. See Maluk further afield, up above. GEX as well, watching from the hillside. You say, because now 80's getting shot at.
This could be rough here, and they also have Sun Sister and AHQ at the top of the mountain here in Stalbert. So this could end up being a very, very sketchy fight at the very northern edge.
It could be Tempo Storm, though, who might find a knockdown or two here on the rotation for FaZe. They're slowing down as they reach the top here. 80 knocked down by Maluk. Now spots Fun Space as well. Zempa's up close. He gets the knockdown, and then the eliminations will follow. FaZe Clan are in some trouble, but Mexi finds a knockdown onto Zempa to maybe try and turn things around. No, he's not turning this ship around. FaZe Sunday. I don't think so.
Uba's still alive. Uba's still alive in the blue. Nothing really going for FaZe Clan so far, but that was a really rough rotation. Sun Sister now has the full attention of what's going on up here. We'll have to see where the next circle goes. We're going to the east and just to the north of Yaz. So all of this going on Stalwart Mountain is going to have to get settled very quickly.
There's a lot of dead area in this circle as well. Those fields out to the east of Yaznaya are basically unplayable. So Lazarus are going to hold a high ground position as this next few phases progress. One of the better positions. I think for TSM, they're just going to try and get to the middle of the field as quick as possible. Uber knocked down onto Crazy Sam, but I just don't see a way out of here for Uber, considering they are dead last on 14 points. They might get nothing from game 1 here. It's likely they get nothing.
So very scary time for FaZe fans. As we see Uber.
He's got nades.
He's got nades. Can make something happen here. It looks like, oh my gosh, he's trying to
Chan
go
realizes this nade is coming and gets Crazy Sam. That's at least 1 point. It's something, but Uber's in the blue. 3 damage a second here, and he's going to have Fear Chan peek over, eliminating FaZe in 16th position. Now Tempo Storm at the hands of GEX have lost 2. Maluk and Sharpshot. It'll be a 3rd with Sharky. Oh, they're all gone now for Tempo Storm.
Tempo did manage to pick up a couple of kills there off of FaZe, but going out in 15th plate and definitely not the start they're looking for.
It's in the kill feed. QM and Vendetta going toe to toe. That's actually in the very dead center of Yaznaya. Easy pushing in.
Looks like we should Liga. Yeah, we're going to get a res here on non-reg. So I believe Vendetta still have 2 up. Gex and GEX looks like they're sending 1 down to the south here, maybe considering entering the city. Meanwhile, Lazarus still has oversight of everything. Ghost just trading from apartment to apartment.
Click pushing onto QM. From the looks of it, Silzen's pushed up close along with Harold. Nicky's going to find a knockdown onto Michael, but yes, you can see Ragnar and Silzen in the same vicinity as Liga from QM. Easy spots them though. Prime Tonight's got 5 of them. Throws it inside, but now he spots that W-Click are pushed back. That'll at least buy some time for QM. 2 kills for them, but only 2 players remain. The revival to non-reg for Vendetta did take place and was successful from Edge. They are inside of the circle, but you can see the congestion now on the east side of Yaznaya. It's quite impactful. A lot of teams in such a small vicinity as Purdy Curdy finds the elimination onto Gabba. Sun Sister trying to come down the hill of Stalba. AHQ in the similar vicinity as well. They're going to be pushing in from behind Sun Sister. Potentially, Poro, more kills lining up for Lazarus.
Yeah, Lazarus in a nice little spot here, kind of oversee everything. They are on the edge of the circle. You see him take a few passing shots at GEX. Nothing going to find its home just yet, but Sun Sister coming alive here against AHQ up in the north side. Looks like Luke 12 might be wanting to come over the top and see if he can sneak something away from this.
Pierre Chan, the last one alive for Sun Sister. Knocked down onto his teammate. SR's there. Luke 12 is taking shots to try and third party. There goes Fear Chan. Luke 12 picks up the kill for Lazarus. SR's knocked down as well. That was from Fear Chan. It could get stolen from Luke 12. CC is the last one alive for AHQ. Was spotted as well by a Freak of Freaks. You can see them in the back distance. Shadow will pick up the kill onto SR.
We're gonna have to ask Luke 12 if that 6x dinner plate DP is a new meta item there, as he managed to pick up a nice kill there. CC, as you said, still alive.
When you look at this map's about to pop.
Yeah, go.
For phase 5.
If this thing pulls away from Yaz, it's gonna be disgusting.
Yeah, look at Yaznaya here. It is so packed right now, and I presume it's gonna move away.
Ooh. Okay.
Apartments are in for Ghost Gaming.
Yeah, Ghost is gonna be in for an interesting decision here, as they are currently kind of in a 2-1-1 between 3 different buildings. But I don't know if it's too late at this point to really get themselves back together, or if staying split right now might be the play, just so they can get more angles of fire.
It's a war zone inside of Yasnaya. Nade from Forever has a couple. These nades are going to be probably just about thrown by everyone very shortly as teams scramble for these apartments. Vendetta getting pushed on by QM. They're getting shot at by Ghost Gaming as well, who have got the angles, as you said, from those apartments. Forever. And they find a knockdown. Edge is going to be taken down by Shrimsy. When you're holding 3 apartments, you can get a lot of angles, a lot of sight lines. But if they do get breached at any point, it might be tough for Ghost Gaming. Sophia pulls up short. They've got the smokes. Forever knows he's getting breached. Throws out every nade in every angle that he possibly can think of. He got Leo. Sophia's knocked down as well. That was from Leo's nade. Team Fire. It's not friendly, though, for GEX and Forever. Holding on, maybe Forever.
They're going to wish they had that
Final
breach
nade.
back.
Does he go for Shy Way? Underarm throw. It's pretty good, but it doesn't get the elimination. Oh, they get the revive as well at the right time.
So close. There's TSM, the last few remaining members getting crashed here by SDV. Iroh gonna stay alive for just a little bit longer. So close. He's already got 4 kills for the boys, and he's gonna get the res here onto Michael as well.
And they're inside of one of the only buildings outside of Yasnaya that is inside of this circle. Forever got the kill onto Kane after Drassel found the knockdown. It's one very angry man right now that's getting breached by GEX, but yet as this continues, there's less and less competition. As Non-Reg is eliminated, that's the end of Vendetta. Flash grenade, but he just doesn't know when they're going to be pushing. I don't think they're concerned with pushing right now, Poro, because for GEX, they've been quite slaughtered. McCoy spots Forever. Oh! He walks straight into Leo's captain. He gets finished off anyway by Shy Way. Leo didn't know what hit him.
That was so close there. Leo not even expecting it. Is now Nikki gonna take some fire here from Iroh. He's gonna hide behind the exploding vehicle, just blow it up. Oh no, Vegas and Drassel.
Ghost Gaming are cleaning up right now from these apartments. They've got such a high ground position. They can see in the field. They can get the angles for the players and teams that are inside of the city of Yasnaya. W-Click have taken their own apartment building for themselves. Red Cannon's out to the far east trying to deal with the Freak of Freaks. And of course, Lazarus still from that warehouse sort of position around the top of Stelber up north have been using that high ground advantage, but they can't get teams inside of Yaz. Let's see what phase 6 brings for us here for what is match 1. Oh, they get the feed for Lazarus.
T1 has been finished off between the combination of AFF and Red Cannons. Now Lazarus, not only do they get the circle, they also get double level 3 gear here and a nice bullet hose in the M249. Let's just see what they can make happen of it.
AHQ went out with 1 point, so that 16th position hasn't moved too much in terms of AHQ. Red Cannons are going to get the revive, but eventually they're going to have to take this fight with a Freak of Freaks. Out to the east, presumably Lazarus will find an angle here and get a third party from the north. You can see Uncivil, Luke 12, taking shots at Shadow and Lambu, who are just trying to move forward. They're just trying to get into the circle, but they're finding they're getting met by Lazarus. 4 kills so far. I think that's going to double up by at least the end of this game.
That is a tough push. TSM, meanwhile, out in the fields, have to figure out how they're going to make their way into this new circle. And we still have the solo player from GEX trying to make his way through Yasnaya and Ghost and W-Click.
As you said, and now they're going to have to get moving. That blue zone's moving. So it's time to leave the apartments in Yaz as a Freak of Freaks and Red Cannons start the fight. Iroh's still alive, of course. TSM down to the southeast. They're going to get involved here with the knockdown of the Rusty Zera. Michael's going to take the vehicle, try and just find a position inside of the zone that he can crash into and try and stay alive. Andy spots Lambu, but he doesn't get the shots. Trying to just get one more peak shot to land. He's unsuccessful, though. Rusty Zera was knocked down, so Red Cannons are down to 3.
I mean, the whole time this fight is going on, it allowed TSM to make their way into the circle. Red Cannons was distracted after Rusty Zera went down to Iroh.
Fight happening inside of Yasnaya as well between W-Click and Ghost Gaming. It seems pretty even. A Freak of Freaks and Red Cannons. This is taking its time right now between these two teams. It's certainly dragging on, which is bad news for Red Cannons because the Blues right behind them. Luke 12 stealing kills. He gets Raspu. Alo finds a knockdown onto McCoy. There goes W-Click. Lazarus now up to 7 kills. They had before the last time we saw them. They're feeding on both the teams coming out of the apartments and out to the east between Red Cannons and the Freak of Freaks.
And meanwhile, Michael is actually picking up a few of these here, getting it down for TSM. So that's another point picked up for them, as it looks like Red Cannons, Psycho the last one up. It looks like he might be trying to wrap down here south and see if he can maybe get involved with TSM. You can see they hop in the vehicle. Alo sending the shots, but it's not going to be enough to finish him off.
Gets to the base.
Oh, that's so close.
Easy's still alive at the back. He actually got the knockdown onto Iroh, so Michael's the loss for the line for TSM. A Freak of Freaks is trying to hold out far east, but Lazarus continued to just have this Overwatch view of them, making it almost impossible for a Freak of Freaks to move any further at all. I mean, Lazarus should be winning this game from here on out, Poro.
Absolutely. I mean,
Hey,
this
look
is...
at the circle again.
Jeez, this thing is set up.
Oh my days.
But you know what? I mean, this goes back to when the circle cut to the south and cheated to the south and made everybody have that to make that decision about whether they wanted to cut south or stay north. Lazarus held to their guns, stayed north. Now it's paying off for them as they are coming up huge, and that's 10 kills, and TSM has been finished off, or Iroh has been finished off. Michael's still alive. 7 kills, though.
Massive for Lazarus, though, this game and what it's going to do for them. 10 kills. Undoubtedly, they're going to get a couple more as well as this rounds out.
This is also huge for AFF. I mean, AFF and QM, both of these teams were very, very low. QM does go out there in third.
This is not over just yet, Poro, because Purdy Curdy and Alo are actually not with the two downed members of Lazarus. Uncivil and Luke 12 both got knocked down by NN. This is going to allow a Freak of Freaks to push to the next circle with no pressure at all. They want to take this fight up close. Purdy's trying to run as quick as he can to go and get the revives. But the same time it takes for him to get to Luke 12 and Uncivil is the same time it's going to take a Freak of Freaks to get over towards the base of this mountain. We have a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
They don't have nades. No nades on AFF. He does have a Molotov, so that could be something that they pull off here, as Purdy is going to go ahead and turn his attention back towards the AFF boys. This is a huge game for them as well. They had 15 points going into today. They needed to have a big first game to play off of, and how big is it going to be? Can they clutch it out in the 2v4?
It's still going to be very difficult. Purdy Curdy got the revive, so now 4 up again for Lazarus. Look, all it did for a Freak of Freaks, it got them a hope at a chance here. If they can find the knockdown onto Alo and Purdy Curdy, or do what they did again to Uncivil and Luke 12, then it makes it a 2 versus 2. And then got 2 pretty quick headshots. The nade, though, from Alo. It's straight to the tree of NN and Lambu. It's just going to hit at the front side, though. No damage inflicted, but Alo still gets Lambu. NN behind the tree. It's going to be very difficult from here. He did a good job before to get the double knock, but that's all it will be for North. 13-kill win.
HQ though needs to kind of step it up a little bit here as we get into match number 2. Got a nice plane cutting down from the north to the south of the island, favoring a little bit west. We'll have to see what our teams that we're keeping an eye on decide to do. So we saw what FaZe did last time, opting towards a western coast drop. Do we think they stay with this again? I mean, they can't get to Milta this time.
I honestly don't know. They might go to military base.
Could be anything.
What I do know is probably everyone else is most likely going to go to their usual drop locations. It is FaZe that's the one that is shuffling about in terms of their drop locations at the moment.
And you know, obviously there's a lot of teams. I think
it might be military.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams in here that we all want to keep. We want to make sure we keep an eye on everybody. But this is FaZe Clan. This is the team that had so much expectations on them coming into this, and that is a lot of teams going over there to Military Island.
Yeah, Afrika Freaks, TSM, and FaZe Clan. Welcome to Sosnovka Island.
Okay. Well, you know, this is something that TSM has already shown that they're willing to do. If they can't get to Milta base off the plane, they'll drop on Military Island and just loot up in the base. FaZe has done this in the past as well.
Are we going to get a milli-circle?
So this is, and you know, this is kind of an AFF again. What are we going to do? Oh, please be a milli-circle.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Zaki circle. Not
okay. That is a lot. That is a lot rough.
One day we will get a Zaki circle. It will happen.
It might. Hey, you know, you never know. It might be this one. It might be this one. But that is not a lot of people in that early circle. Or T1 rather, looking really nice
GX.
In that North George location. SST feeling pretty comfortable as well. GEX in the South George spot. Tempo should be pretty happy with this too. This is one that they're used to playing. So it's going to be. I'm wondering if we're going to see teams go for the hills, the North George hills here early. Are we going to commit to the north side, or are we thinking that this might still cut south?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting proposition because you're right, it can go north and south here. So do you play Everest this early on, try and get some information on the south side in anticipation potentially for the circle to go south from here onwards? I think north has got more of the predominant circle side at the moment, so I think you want to, best case scenario is obviously run a 2-2 split here.
Yeah.
And I think one of the better 2-2 splits that you could potentially run is potentially Georgia Paul Bridge. If you're a team like GEX or T1, you're already in Georgia Paul, so it is a valid option.
Yeah. And then you got to keep in mind as well, you know, we got 3 teams on military base. You've got all the teams that work the coastline in Vendetta, W-Click, and Sting Divine right now. You know, at any point, any of these teams, the timing of their rotations could find themselves off a little bit.
So I just want to point out in terms of the leaderboard that you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, if a team is got a grey icon to the left, it means, of course, they were in Group B, which means they're done. They're just sitting there watching nervously today. And if they obviously got a red icon, it means they are in playing today for Group A or Group C.
So infantry still in it.
Well, for now.
No, the hope is still alive.
I think infantry is going to drop out.
Look, not with that attitude. Okay, yeah,
pretty likely.
They're in it. They're in it. They're good. As we check on AFF, they eventually, I guess, opted for the vehicles. They're going to go ahead and loot up Milta Power. Probably take their time with things. They are not unaccustomed to eating a little bit of blue damage and coming in late, so this might be what we see them do this time around.
Wrap on the eastern side of Erangel and then push up north, come in through Severny sort of around the beach, and then crash north of this circle, or, you know, by the time they get there, it'll be phase 2.
Interested to see what
Afrika Freaks.
Yeah, interested to see what Vendetta decides to do here. This is going to be one of the rare opportunities that they have, that they don't have to worry about TSM just off to their east. So they can kind of play this how they want to and not have to be too concerned about getting run up on by somebody who's been killing me all the time. So see, Sophia could take a few shots. This is all popping off over here by the cube. It looks like QM might have made a run here, but GEX getting here just a little bit ahead.
Interesting decision for GEX. You know, you look at the teams that were around Georgia Paul, GEX, T1, and sort of their decision making is always going to be interesting with these sort of circles. They get essentially first choice in terms of the positions around these areas. as you said, going for Cube. And I think what they wanted to take was that 2-2 split, 2 at Cube, 2 on the other side.
There's a nice little split there. We do have Easy coming in, bringing up the rear. Overseeing all of this really is Tempo Storm, and then you have Red Canids coming to trying to make a play here. Arguably late. I mean, it's 5 minutes in.
Leo, do we go for a seat swap? No, just a couple of toots and some waves as Andy goes past Leo. It's all friendly.
Yeah, very, very nice to let them know, hey, you know, maybe don't cross this bridge. I said, you know what, sir? I don't think I will.
Tempo Storm going to be crossing the other bridge to the north, Georgia Paul. They get over safely. Decent spot for Tempo Storm. QM holding just to their northeast. T1 deciding that this is going to go north. They've committed north.
Yeah.
Completely.
Yeah,
Sun Sister as well, committing north. Lazarus have rotated up to Severny, 4 AM. Go north side of the river.
Yeah, and it looks like Lazarus might actually find themselves a crate again. And here we go, Purdy. These boys getting some crate luck early on here. Now
Circle luck in game 1, crate luck game 2.
Yeah, we'll take it all day long. As FaZe looks like they have started their transition out of military. TSM still down there. AFF still late looting in Milta, as we kind of expected. Ghost and Vendetta also a little bit late on the transition here. We'll have to see where they decide to go.
And they'll go up east side into the north again of the river. I think you'll see quite a few teams will commit more north here.
We've got the 2 bridges that look like being held by Tempo and GEX right in the dead center. The West Georgia Bowl bridge is free and clear, and it looks like everything east of Razak, as far as bridges, is also clear right now. So should be making for some easier transitions for all these latecomers.
Wonder if 4 AM might just hold up at the crash plane for now. See Vendetta and Ghost coming through the South TS9 fields. Ricky Freak still over at Milta. TSM now making their way out of the military base, and for FaZe, they'll go up the west coast. Predominantly, I would assume they'll play the south end of this circle. As for W Click, they're going to take a boat.
Why not?
And this works perfectly, because in a minute and a half we'll find out most likely if we're going north or south, or at least get a better idea of the picture. And W Click can choose from the boat, essentially. Crazy Sam, shots on Awayless. Oh, a lot of shots landing from Fiat Chan. Knocked down onto Awayless. Not a good start again for 4 AM. 2 games in a row. Certainly not continuing their domination from what we saw on Saturday.
Yeah, 4 AM getting a little greedy coming in there. Very late diving for the center of this northern area here. As you see Shilu actually now in the sights of Lazarus.
Luke hits these.
Luke hits these all day long. Yep.
Well, Purdy
hits them too.
Purdy hits them too. They both do. And 4 angry men are down to 2.
And they are also very spread out. You see ZGG is just going to hide out in this little shack. Meanwhile, Forever has made his way more off to the northwest. He does have a vehicle. It looks like he might consider repositioning. But yeah, 4 AM now down to 2. As we said, a little bit greedy.
And this is probably bad news for a lot of teams, because they would have been hoping and even potentially suspecting that 4 AM would have been soaking up points and making it more top heavy, therefore allowing a bit more freedom in terms of that 16th position being lower on points. But if we start to see a spread of points, 16, 15, 14 might end up being a higher cutoff than we might have suspected coming into today, expecting 4 AM TSM to continue to soak points.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about. This is why it was so hard and difficult, really, to really peg down
Here we go, phase
cutoff
2.
time.
Oh.
Here's phase 2.
Oh, yes.
We're gonna go up north. We're going to Zarky.
Well, you say Zarky, but I'm still thinking this will be North Georgia Paul Fields. Forever's actually sent it right over there as well. Time to rotate. If you were on the south side of the river, you definitely want to start moving now.
Like, if you say it's gonna go to Zarky, it's gonna go to Zarky here. It's ZGG gonna take some shots from Gaba as he makes his way through on the motorcycle. He should be okay. Forever, though, is in the spot that Sun Sister wants.
This is really bad for 4 AM. They wanted this position. They got here first, but now Sun Sister coming in to claim it for themselves. They've got the numbers. Crazy Sam, though, probably doesn't realize that Forever is here. Holds an aggressive angle, expecting Sun Sister to start to try and clear out the compound. He might actually back off from this, although Forever has been hanging around and did pull up. So they've got 2 here for 4 AM. But they're obviously completely outnumbered, and Sun Sister are playing this cautiously, like they should.
They are outnumbered, but we have seen the things that Forever and ZGG are capable of doing. They have a little bit of hard cover, and it looks like Gaba might have caught caught vision there just a little bit.
There's a bit of bridge camping happening at Georgia Paul between HQ and Sting Divine. Headshot from Mill. Can't find the knockdown. Yes, he can. Now Levi's and Nikki are coming in as well. The after party arrive in the UAZ in the buggy. There might be more here. We've just seen 4 Angry Men eliminated completely inside of 10 minutes of match 2.
4 a.m. ran right into W-Click in a 2-2 split. So W-Click once again finding themselves in the right place at the right time to pick up points.
Sting Divine lose 1, but it feels like that could have been a whole another world of nasty, and it might still be. Silza knocked down onto Levi's. If he makes it inside of the building, should be revived safely. W-Click are holding a decent position. 2-2 split, 2 in the fields, 2 holding the high ground. They can get a lot of information here of the entire North Georgia Paul area. I like their split for this game. W-Click continue to impress.
Great split coming out.
What
now
is
look at
going
this
on?
phase finally making their way into South George,
no.
but they're getting shot down by Red Cannons, and that's going to be Uba going down early as the rest of the phase game.
Run him over.
Fuzzface now. Oh, this is dangerous.
Roadkill for Rusty Zera and Psycho. Fuzzface might be next if he's not careful. Although the bridge, that still is being camped by AHQ. Milk knocked down onto Raspu. Andy gets by, but of course there's still 2 more members of Red Cannons to make it over the bridge. They've lost 1. Andy's gonna stay, try and help out, put a bit of pressure onto AHQ. The elimination onto Raspu is successful. Milk continues, but he's not in the best position for this one onto Rusty Zera and Psycho.
Take a few shots though, as Red Cannons will regroup as 3. FaZe now is at left with 3, and they're making their way through crates right now, trying to figure out how they're gonna get across here as everybody, I think they're the last one.
Am I wrong in thinking that if you're going to hold that bridge, you probably can use all your members of AHQ there rather than just Milk? If you're going to do it properly.
You know, it's definitely worth argument here as AHQ. They have a guy off to the north and a guy off to the south in Milk, and 2 in the middle that are really not doing much of anything here. So
5 seconds till phase 3. I won't lie, I want this Zaki circle, Poro. Do we get it? Oh, yes, we do!
You gotta believe, baby.
Well, kind of. It's as best as you're gonna get. I'm telling you right now. I'll take it. It counts. Zampa eliminated. And we've got some fun times to come here for match number 2. Although for the players, I don't know if they're too happy with this.
This is definitely going to be interesting. Well, the most important part about this circle is that it's cutting out the hillside just to the east of those North Georgia Bowl fields. So that's usually where we see these games kind of end up, in those hills, and that's what everybody's kind of used to. So now this thing cutting a little bit farther west, ooh, it's going to be interesting. Sunsets are in a great position right now.
It's a beautiful sight to see. I won't lie. I'm almost in tears. A freak of freaks coming up very north. They'll be crashing the Zaki Beach. Never said that one before. Levi spots Psycho pushing through for Red Cannons out of North Georgia Paul, which is not even inside of the circle anymore. Levi's over the decent spray.
Oh,
Sting Divine are able to get a bit of help from Nikki, of course, and that's going to get Andy knocked down. Rybo's knocked down by Yan Lee. Space fighting 1-2. Bully pushing up to GEX. Oh, Tempo Storm crushed by GEX, who are up to 4 kills. 3 players remaining.
Look at Ghost now coming over the top, though. They might be able to clean up off of what's left of this GEX and Tempo Storm fight, but GEX looks like they're already back to full health, and it's Sophia. Oh, no, actually, no, it wasn't going to be shots from top.
Shots from FaZe. It was
yeah.
shots from FaZe in North Georgia Paul, who have only just made it to North Georgia Paul from South Georgia Paul. GEX are going to get on the move. They've got a minute and a half to head over to Zaki, which is where Vendetta have actually crash landed, along with QM.
Look at a Freak of Freaks fatal. They got in the boat and they're coming in from the north side too. This is making for some interesting rotation paths this circle.
GEX leaving the area of Ghost Gaming. They're getting shot at by AHQ. And Lee over at the fields. SR and Milk holding the apartments at North Georgia Paul, but only for now. They're going to have to move. T1 haven't even moved at all yet. Guys, that blue zone's coming in pretty quickly now on the eastern side as well. 55 seconds. There's Luke 12 and Uncivil spot. TSM pushing towards their compound.
They spotted Michael. I don't think they realized, though, that the rest of the TSM squad is just underneath them, well within grenade range, but Luke 12 might give them some kind of idea here as we see Ghost try to crash into the north side. They're going to find Yan Lee, and he's going to go down. This is that AHQ split we were talking about a little bit earlier, maybe a little bit too ambitious.
FaZe are also getting involved in this behind AHQ. Maxi finds a knockdown onto Milk. Sophia is actually behind FaZe as well for GEX. Don't know how he got there. It's AHQ getting torn to shreds. 80 finds an elimination. Gustav will take out Luke 12, who was a bit uncareful at this compound. You mentioned it before. They didn't know that Gustav and Iro had actually pushed up so close here for TSM. FaZe 4. Oh, Mexi spotted from behind. Sophia with a knockdown. Getting a fuzz face as well from inside of the smoke. Drassel lands a decent tag, and that blue zone is starting to hurt. Should be able to get off the first aid kit, but AHQ eliminated. Fast FaZe goes down to the blue. It's only Mexi that is actually standing for FaZe Clan. Of course, the circle came south towards the fields, as we suspected it was always going to do because of the water.
Yeah, Ghost actually crashing the compound was a great call on their part. They put themselves in a good position to really feed off of this, and that's GEX going down. FaZe, rather Sophia, going to be the last one up. He's going to take the shots at Mexi. No, that's not going to be enough.
Down. But he's out of time here. He can't even get off the first aid kit. No! FaZe! Another poor performance for FaZe. Only 4 points gained from the first 2 games today.
It's going to be tough to rally from this one, but TSM still 4 strong, still on this northeastern side. They've cleared out Lazarus. Lazarus is done. See, they have a nice little angle onto QM. A few shots being taken their way. W-Click still in a great spot as well. They've got the 2-2 split.
They haven't moved.
Yeah, they've been holding this 2-2 split for quite some time, and it is paying off great dividends for them right now.
Hallen knocked out along with a catch from T1, pushing over towards Sun Sisters compound. They stopped them immediately before even Adder and Jeff Locker even thought about coming over. Still holding the extended fields, and now we're going to see Jeff Locker knocked down by Harold. W-Click, we've got a lot of vision of this zone, and I mean a lot of vision of this zone. So don't be surprised to see them in the kill feed, getting knocks, getting kills. As Harold tries to finish off Jeff Locker, the smoke from Adder. Successful for now, but all it takes is one stray bullet. Adder's going to be able to get the revive on a Jeff Locker for T1, who are now the last 2 alive for the Korean team. Sun Sister putting in a decent performance so far on the final day of the semifinals. 3 kills, 4 alive. Just inside of the circle, and now looking to finish off T1, who have got to cross this road. It's going to be deadly. Suspecting that they will eventually fall here, either to the arms of W-Click or to Sun Sister.
Yeah, T1 in a really rough position right now, as you said. But a few other fights still kind of breaking off. We have Vendetta and AFF off to the
I want a north shift here, Poro.
Yeah, this is going to be... It's going to be crazy depending on where it decides to go from here, because we have fights that are about to break off in pretty much every part of the circle.
And Vendetta's going to be aggressive here because they've got the knockdown. Now you've got an advantage. You also have the information on a Freak of Freaks. There goes T1 as suspected to Sun Sister. But for Vendetta, they will indeed push. Edge finds the elimination flush onto Shadow. We are going to see him knocked down, though, by NN before he also got Lambu, though. So 2-for-1 trade between Vendetta and a Freak of Freaks. W-Click still using that high ground advantage for the teams such as Ghost Gaming and Sting Divine at the south side of the circle. McCoy with the nade, but Ghost Gaming in a tough position here because they got eyes from Sting Divine and W-Click here on this position.
Ghost has been wanting to push this for so long now, but they've been held at bay by the one Levi's from Sting Divine and the W-Click gang. It looks like W-Click might be aware of Levi's presence now as Ghost trying to make a push.
Silson and Ragnar with a high ground, keeping an eye on this. Smokes are buying a bit of space for Ghost Gaming as they push on the Turtle and Nikki. That's the important danger in front of him. Tags landing onto Drassel. He's very low, has to now heal. They've got time. They are inside of the circle. We get a center circle for phase 5.
Oh, that's a good grenade.
There's a lot of open space in this circle. A lot of dead space. As you said, McCoy's nade found Turtle. Nicky's in a horrible spot. 4 health. One final nade. Will it be one from the grave? Got the knockdown onto McCoy. Any more from the nade that he threw out earlier? No, not to be. Vegas now turns his attention to W-Click. As Gustav knocked down by Easy. QM and TSM up north get into a tangle. Rory and Iro, the last 2 alive for TSM, as McCoy getting revived for Ghost Gaming. But W-Click are the next boss in this fight here for Ghost Gaming.
I mean, that was so huge from Vegas, though. that leaving him behind as an anchor has kind of pushed W-Click back. It kept them from focusing their fire down onto Ghost and finishing off any flushes that might have happened. You can see Levi's now the last remaining player up for SDV. W-Click knows he's there, but what are they going to do? I mean, they've got it. They're full focus on Ghost here. Good shots coming out from Ghost, though, to push them back using the smokes. I gotta wonder how much utility they have left, as they have used so much smoke just to get over here.
W-Click are inside of the zone. Levi's now a matter of time before Ghost Gaming probably trample all over him. If they actually push past Levi's without realizing his position, he could be the thorn in the backside that stands up. Oh, he spots them. Oh, look at the trigger discipline, though, from Levi's to not take these shots early. Wants to make sure that everyone goes past him first. If he has to take shots, it's only to defend his life rather than being aggressive. He knows that Ghost are pushing up this hill to go and take the fight with W-Click. So he knows that GG have got, obviously, further things on their mind here other than trying to find Levi's.
I mean, it's insane that Ghost has been able to push this far up onto W-Click. They've been doing such a good job of turning and pushing the heads back as soon as they peek.
Underarm.
They're getting shot at here. Silzen, what can he do with this grenade? The underarm is going to come through.
No.
Doesn't look like it's going to land where it needs to.
He's tossing and turning to underarm to overthrow. He needed to underarm that because Ghost Gaming were much closer. Levi starts to creep up, essentially becoming a part of Ghost Gaming, whether they like it or not. Rybo with the elimination onto Vegas. Ghost Gaming pushing up to take the fight with W-Click, but it's not looking good. Shrimsy, Drassel both knocked down. Only McCoy remains, and Levi's is still there. He hasn't even gotten involved at all. Ragnar finds 3 for W-Click, but it's not over yet for them because Levi's is transcending up this mountain towards the gunfire, only to realize that Ghost Gaming are gone and only W-Click remains.
What a clutch flank from Ragnar coming out there. I mean, he came through at exactly the right time, and that was huge for the W-Click boys, as they're going to go ahead and they're going to start being the ones who are starting to farm points here in this lobby.
Phase 6 over to Sun Sister. QAB north of them. Afrika Freaks inside of the circle on the south side near these fields. Red Canids and Vendetta both going to have to cross over from the west, and of course down south we've got W-Click, although they've still got the infiltrating Levi's, who they haven't quite flushed out yet. But remember, W-Click knew that Levi's was hanging around that mountain range earlier. I think that they will keep that in the back of their mind here as they try and push out. Rybo's just going to get in the vehicle. W-Click somehow still with 4 alive. Hard to believe, but for how much longer? Maybe I've jinxed them. Afrika Freaks spotting them pushing down this hill. Spray from Style. Couple of tags landing here. Harold very low. Ragnar held back though at the top of the mountain. He's giving them Overwatch. He's able to land a tag back. Afrika have only got 3, so if one goes prone, then there's only 2 eyes to W-Click. They've still got the numbers here, so they can start to push forward.
Oh! It's a good nade from NN. He's going to find one with it. Rybo has been taken down. The rest of the, but AFF has to turn their attention back over because they're going to get a couple of downs. Vendetta now coming alive. They're going to find the red cannons, boys. It's down to just Rusty Zera for that squad.
Levi's is about to walk into Ragnar here on the top of this mountain. Don't forget about him. He's still up. NN holding a very aggressive position here for Afrika Freaks. Ragnar finally knocked down, but it's critical motion. I think he'll get stolen by Levi's though. Still pushing up, still being silent, and he does steal the kill indeed. Does give away his position for Sing Divine to the rest of W-Click. He'll get that information from Ragnar. Harold low, crawling towards the smokes. They've got the rock there as well. Levi's gets involved. Spots Icon at the tree. Tag from Non-Red. 64 health. No nades for Levi's to throw down towards W-Click. Although he's already done an impressive job. Non-Red's finished off by Rusty Zera. Crit needs to deal with him, but he's only got the 2 times on the SLR. It's not ideal, but it doesn't matter for critical motion. Sends Red Canids out in 8th position, and now Style and the rest of Afrika want to deal with W-Click.
It's also worth noting that all these teams that are left right now are all teams that are in the bottom part of the leaderboard. These are all teams that need points. So this is going to do nothing but just push that point total up. You can see where we're standing right now as far as live standings for today. But overall, these are the guys that are kind of fighting for their spot here in Oakland.
North side is quiet. Crit knocked down. Icon is all that remains for Vendetta. That's NN again from that aggressive position. He's got Style to help out. Style is dealing with W-Click. Levi's now pushing in. You can't forget about Levi's, who has just been the silent assassin pushing along the back lines, and there goes W-Click. In the end, Style picks up the double onto Silzen and Harold. Icon with a nade from inside of the smoke. Grip's going to bleed out. He's going to get spotted at the left side of that smoke. Flushed and finished by NN. Afrika Freaks fatal up to 7 kills from the bottom 4 to start the day, Poro. They're making the climb out of the bottom 8 to try and get into the top 24. Gabba knocked down and finished by Style. Oh, he's styling on everyone right now in match 2.
Huge day so far for AFF. Can they keep it going? Right now, they need as many points as they can get because they had, as you said, a rough day number 1. But QM, Sun Sister, both of these teams also in desperate need of every single point they can get. You can see STV still alive. Levi's still alive for Sting Divine here. And we got one more solo for Gex in the south part of the circle.
QM with 4 alive. They've got the numbers. 3 kills. Spots Sun Sister. Kandesu wanting to get the revive on a Fear Chan instead of being a solo. You'd be much more happier as a duo. And we'll risk it for a biscuit. Some vehicles in here as well. And starts to get the res. Levi spots Style. Gets behind the rock to his right side. It's NN! Afrika Freaks! Working as a tandem duo perfectly. Will finally flush out Sting Divine's Levi's, who I've got to say, give him an A+ for that performance here for match 2 as a solo for that long.
Absolutely A+ for effort here as we see the Sun Sister boys snaking through just on the north side of the road. I think Wufang has a pretty good idea that they might be over there. The grenade's going to come out. It's not going to be far enough, though. Kandesu and Fian Chen trying to figure out how they want to approach this circle. QM is just completely concerned with them. They haven't even looked over AFF's way yet.
Shy Wei still alive for GEX as well in those fields as we are 37 seconds away from phase 8. Sun Sister doing a decent job of trying to just stay alive and dealing with QM. There is Shy Wei from GEX. Of course, Afrika Freaks holding the south side of the circle. They've got all eyes on what's happening north of them from QM and Sun Sister. They don't know that Shy Wei is down south behind them. They have no idea.
I mean, this is huge for all of these teams. As you can see, the leaderboards on your left right there. Here goes Sun Sister trying to make something happen. Fiashan's going to go down. Kandesu gets taken to almost no health, and he's just going to have to lie prone. Who's going to end up picking him up?
Hello, NN? Crossing the road, that's how aggressive Afrika Freaks have been playing in this game. He gets the knockdown onto Easy. 3 more remain to QM. Afrika Freaks have been the freaky ones in this game. They don't care who they have to take down. QM now have got a new entry to deal with in terms of an opponent. Kandesu's still alive. Shy Wei as well as solos. They can get involved here if they start to push up. But Kandesu, it's time to move, buddy.
Styles just peeking through that scope, seeing if he can spot any type of head, any type of body part, just take any shot at all. Is now Xiaowei.
Oh boy.
Oh, he's made it. He's still alive. Xiaowei gonna screw around and win this game. You watch. I'm calling it right now. They got 6 kills on GEX right now.
I got no idea who's gonna win this game right now.
I'm calling it.
QM's got the numbers. Afrika have just been doing freakish things. Shy Wei is, as you said, in a great position. Kandesu's probably the least likely from his current spot. Well, there you go. Taken out by Easy. That's one less contestant to deal with in this Battle Royale. Style's got no idea.
He has not looked south in probably 20 minutes. He has no idea that Shy Wei just ran across a wide open field to get prone right behind him.
And up close and personal with QM. He backs himself even. Oh, never mind. Easy spots him. Now Style is essentially in a 1 versus 4, and Shy Wei is not going to be his friend here. QM
not at all.
With the numbers and now with the advantage to win this game. Style cannot help out NN. Can he get GYY though? Or one member of QM to maybe bring them down to 3. He spots GYY through the trees.
Oh no, hit the dirt on the top of the little hill there.
Got him to half health, but he gives away his position. That's the downside. And Shy Wei gets confirmation of Styles' position as well. You've got to remember, Shy Wei hasn't got a lot of information here in terms of what's a 4v1.
Well, that's a good view of what we're looking at there. You see the center of this final circle is pretty much on the middle of the road, and that's going to be Style going down. Shy Wei sneaking his way to a 2nd place finish for his team. He gets another 7 kills. What can he get here? He's going to go ahead and die to blue.
Just do it. Yep. Smart play from Shy Wei. QM get the win, 6 kills, but Shy Wei ended up, as you said,
Champion. You know, I am kind of on the FaZe train, but the brakes are being applied and the controller's coming around asking for tickets, and unfortunately I left mine at home. Things are looking extremely difficult. Even now, when I look at this, they're not on usual home turf, Lauren.
No.
They've been pushed out. AFF will go there and take up residency. We know that they are a Milta Power team. The FaZe Clan, this shows weakness. This shows signs of potentially not being as comfortable, more than likely what we see them time and time again. Average for me, I think, to even be safe in this competition, I'm going to put it out there. If they want to make it, you're looking at 15 points per game for the next 4 games in a row.
Absolutely, and I think the cutoff, what, it's 60 minimum overall now?
Yeah, about
minimum.
60.
Because keep in mind, the Rumblers and teams like that sat around 65, and they can no longer change their fate. So that's where the marker's set if you want to look comfortable. And even then, Horror said it perfectly, it is the Wild West out here. It could be anyone's matchup now.
65 is going to get you into that top 10, but then we are reliant to play in the PUBG game, and that's the fact that every other team below that also needs to be doing bad. It's now a game of numbers. And at some point, you've got to ask yourselves, okay, where do we stand in? Let's go and find kills. Let's go out there and hot drop teams. Eventually, there's going to be nothing else to lose. You are going to go have to find these frags. You can't just wait to find them on rotation or hope the circles come towards you.
God, look at that. That leaderboard is terrifying, right? Look how close it is as well. From, you know, bottom to mid-pack, a big game here and there. Maybe some lucky teams falling out in front of you that give you that jump. You're right back into the meat of it. Now, circle hits, it's gone pretty far north, kind of centralizing above the river that runs through, I guess, north of Rozhok. You're looking towards that, and it is going to be that decision-making of north or south. Where do we put our money here for these teams?
You touched on it perfectly. This is where you look towards UIGL to make the call. Do we go north of the river or do we stick south? I would suggest there is a little bit more chances of it pulling towards the south, and the fact that you do have that water up in the north, eventually you will come away. But for the first 3 to 4 circles, it's anyone's game. You have to take a pick, take a choice, take a chance, find somewhere, and then, but more importantly, which is where the kind of the good and the bad comes down to PUBG, look at what's around you. Look at the exit plan. Formulate some kind of strategy to move depending on where the circle will go. There's a few times where a team will pick an area and think, yeah, this is a really good compound. The circle hits, they're out of luck. They get battered on rotation, or there's no vehicles, and everything can just completely go wrong.
And I'm glad we were looking at that south coast for a second. It's incredibly busy with some segregated players, and this is one of them. You're going to see Turtle catching more than enough of a glimpse to know the Sun Sisters are close by. Sting Divine certainly looked quite spicy in that last game. Maybe not quite as far as they'd like to have gone. Of course, QM closing out in game 2 with that Zaki circle, Lazarus in the first. But speaking of Lazarus, they're down there as well, around Quarry, but no one completely together, maybe 2 players and the rest are split. So there are chances of these early punishes coming through. Never forget how much of a difference that can make to a team going into the final circles with just 3 players.
Turtle's on his own, so he needs to be careful here that doesn't disconnect too far from the team that they can't get a res. If he is miles away, then it's not coming through. You're going to die and you're going to give up points. More importantly, you're going to be giving up points to the team that's actually not too far off you. Sting, they're in 17th. Below them, Sun Sister, 21. Separated by 33 and 26 points, respectively. So you have to play the numbers game here. You have to be careful. He does have friends in the distance, but if you get knocked, he's completely out of luck. I like the disconnect here. Walk away from the fight. Ring the alarm bell, maybe call your teammates in to get some help, but remember, further afield, they're not inside the circle, they have work to do.
Speaking of circle, it's 4 minutes on the board right now, 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Teams are already starting that journey slightly further towards the north, looking at Tempo Storm shifting up further. It's WClick who caught my attention. They are sending it towards the likes of Ruins, heading up that way. We see GEX, for example, already over by that kind of 4-stack across the road east of Georgia Pole. You have T1, who had a bit of freedom in the east over by Yasnaya. Long shift around by Stauber. They're pretty safe here.
Not a great set of games so far, though, Lauren. 0 points on the board for T1. We were looking for a big performance today. Coming out of the PKL, you've got a standard. You've got a reputation to live up to, especially when you're wearing T1 on your shirt.
It's a big name.
It is. It's a big brand, and you expect big things. But so far today, they have not delivered.
Hold on. Sun Sisters, I think, just caught a glimpse of SDV disengaging from the areas. This might be their time to try and think about, well, how do we approach this now, as we might have some alleviated pressure. The south side is now becoming sparse of players. They're all trying to head north. You can't forget the fact that FaZe is down on the military base, way far out of this. They'll be one of the last teams to start heading through, which has been somewhat of a common affair for them. A couple more shots. That's TSM towards Vendetta. Vendetta might be putting down a bit of fire back. And yes, they are. Icon, they're going to be getting a couple shots through. That's towards Iroh, who I don't think is too fussed. They are in the vehicles. They are moving away. They don't want any of that for now. If they decide to set up in this position, much better idea. They're in the circle now. 4 a.m. Blisteringly hot side that you saw just yesterday. Now having to reset the pace a little and come back into this. Not seeing the crazy performance, but now there's a contestant nearby. Someone daring to go towards their areas, someone daring to come close to them. But Wayless, huge reputation by this man, of course. Can he punish Ghost for being this close, or will they continue to move?
He's been watching his step, but I'm seeing them move as a... Oh no, they're moving individually. There's no idea. Surely Shrimzy has seen this. You either shoot or you die. It's a simple... He stepped...
Wayless.
That's so sneaky.
He's so patient.
Has he been seen, though?
I don't think he has. I don't think Ghost Gaming
slow
know about this
walking
yet.
this
You wouldn't do
entire
this.
time.
Hold on. Wayless has heard the glass break. He knows someone is very close by to him. He is isolated. He's on an island, and he's going to find one. The assassination from inside. Wayless can readjust now. He's just going to be a pain to Ghost, who are in transition. McCoy had already left, so now he has to fall back because he has to support and supplement Ghost Gaming, who are now a little bit terrified because if I died to that man, I'd be on notice.
The grenades are cycling. He's looking towards his front side window.
Don't go one by one.
Yeah,
Rich.
this is with him doing this, the smokes will go down, so it'll kind of block any approach. He either jumps
4
up.
a.m. are turning up. The rest of them, they're piling in. Look at this.
Oh my God, he's
they
actually
get
been a
contact.
beacon to an
They're going. Rich, they're sending it right back to this. They're not going to leave a man to die on his own. They are coming back to support their player. Wayless plays it safe, calms down. The rest of the team come in, and Shadow's there. McCoy, say goodnight. The rest of the team arrive, and you do not get to mess with just one of 4 a.m. You get the rest of the squad.
They're at the walls, they're at the doors, and here we go forever now, checking the backside. They blocked them in. There's only 2 players left, and the problem is for them, their information's given away. By having this one player inside the building, the smokes went down. The reason that he put them down was to avoid his footsteps. Smokes, yes, they can hide your body, but they also do a big job in hiding your footsteps. He knows you're not hiding inside the cupboard, my friend. This grenade could be checking the stairs, but there's also one to the left-hand side. How proactive it is and not just drive in
pushing.
here.
He's caught with an aid in the hand. He almost took down Wayless. That was a really smart piece of play coming out from Draxel, but he can't convert it to a kill. Now they're in danger. Shrimzy out of nowhere. Takes himself out of the compound, holds the wall, moves around. 4 a.m. go from being the hunters to being the hunted. Forever's prone down. The nade comes in. That might force the move. Forever's going to be careful. He's banking on his teammates. Shrimzy's nade sweeps away 2 of them, but there's Draxel gone. This is looking like mutually assured destruction.
For Ghost Gaming in 20th position, this is such a travesty, to be honest with you. They didn't need this. They need an absolutely blinding game. But they committed to the cause, and 4 a.m., well, they answered the call. You can never fight one of 4 a.m. 4 angry men, 4 angry brothers. And they've killed 3 members of Ghost Gaming. This could be them done and dusted for round number 3.
Shrimzy, what can you do in this? 4 a.m. have nothing to lose if you want to look at it in that regard. They can just play scary PUBG. They see a fight, they'll take it. They've already got 3 kills. They're sat up in top. Exactly. They are the most dangerous team to come across right now. We will catch up on the rest of that once this is all resolved. You can't look past it. 4 a.m., the terrifying beast that is patrolling the streets of Erangel. Shrimzy been spotted. Now Forever flexing towards him as well.
They've got points to spend, Lauren, and that's the thing. They've banked them throughout the week, and now they're putting all cards on the table. They'll hold it down, they'll lock him in. We will take a look at this map, and we'll show you how things have been moving about. We go Morley towards the north. Rosshock bridges will be contested. You don't want to be crossing them. AHQ, they'll lock down the 4-stack over on the western side. Tempo Storm now has to decide what it wants to do, and so does Lazarus. They're over on the west. Both of them foothills of the Georgia Paul mountainside. But that bridge will be an absolute bottleneck and potentially the death of one of those teams if they don't scout properly.
There is a great deal coming over from Everest that cannot be ignored. Tempo Storm is one of them. Their timing could be good because it looked like Lazarus was about to move themselves. They might still have a player on foot who could put down some shots, but they've missed the point where they could have maybe punished a little bit more. But again, they'll make it across, but they can then themselves become the gatekeepers if they wish to.
I suppose this is the strong point of holding upside of that hill, is that you can scout the 4-stack. They've actually run into it because GX has left, and that's because they're on the side that it was exposed. They watch for them to leave. We'll hold for now because this could be the end of Ghost Gaming.
They're checking how do they approach this. Shrimzy holds the line, he holds the angle, he holds nothing. 4 a.m. sweep through, they eliminate, they annihilate Ghost Gaming, and they stay themselves in this. Still with 2 deadly players certainly alive, they can just take whatever fight they fancy. And with this northern move, you feel as though it will move away from that river, it will move away from Rozhok, and it will move closer towards the shooting range. So all of these teams considering their option, there's already so many in such prime position.
I don't like this personally. FaZe is actually shooting onto teams from the backside of the mountain. Other teams will be able to preactively read this, or preemptively, should I say. They'll know where they are, they'll get that info, and maybe even box them down and bottleneck them in. Tempo Storm set up a really good entrapment between the 4-stack on the bridge that comes out of the backside of crates over towards actually Rozhok as well. So you won't be going through the middle center if you want to cross the rivers. Lazarus hold the outskirts of Georgia Paul. Any other teams are going to have to go to the outer extremities around George, all the way to the most western bridge through the north and come out up the north to be precise. 4 a.m. Well, if you find them, you're probably going to die. They're lingering in the east. Have to be careful of the 2 players that are remaining. TSM, this is an interesting one. They have a 4-man's wide split across the open rocky areas. But Red Canids, they're in a 1-1. So individually, yep, you can take a fight, that's fine. But losing a player, I suppose TSM's in the same bank as 4am, right? They've got points, well, go and have some fun and spend it. This is shooting practice for them.
I'm so happy we're looking at W Click here for a second. Very wide rotation. They are going to be heading across the Georgia Pole Bridge, the very far western one. This gives them a safer rotation and potentially entry towards the northern side of the new circle. They have been a patient team. They have been very reserved in regard. Oh, don't you do this, Putty Cuddy. Don't you do this to them. Don't you dare.
No.
Oh, no, the pre-nade is about to come out. He's going to pop it down, and now FaZe could be in all kinds of trouble. Oh, no, the trap's been set. Oh, somehow they're alive, but Putty Cuddy goes for the punish. He get hit. He just got run over, but Halo's there. It's going just absolutely a million miles an hour. Luke 12 to find Mexi, and this is looking like FaZe's final dance. They're done for here. I'm sorry, I have to say it. They have looked like a shadow of their former selves. The car might have done it for him, but Luke 12 gives him a bit of dignity on the way out, and it's just uber alive. And what a travesty of a performance for FaZe.
Poor scouting, poor watching, poor timing. They've done it to themselves, and this is just a diabolical performance from Europe's #1 team. Phase 2 champions, classic champions, Phase 3 champions. Well, after that, unless Uber can pull a godsend of a maneuver here, I can't see them in Oakland. This is absolutely diabolical.
Yep, and with the circle moving towards the western side, this pays dividends. For Lazarus, for example, they can take their time now. They're on the slow side of the circle. W-Click has rolled up just slightly north of them. That could be something down the line to remind yourself of, but for now, it's Uber left to watch as the rest of everything they built coming into this, that they focused on, the tragedy that struck the likes of Liquid is going to strike them just slightly further on. We are seeing the rest of the teams moving around and shuffling towards the southern side of shooting range. So the likes of Vendetta getting to position over towards it, AFF getting towards that side. You are seeing Lambu catching a couple of shots from the Sun Sisters. That's just slightly north of shooting range. And as much as the Sun Sisters do some damage, they're not quite in the circle, so they could be gate kept here.
Uncivil wants this, but he knows that he can't overstep his boundary too much because of Luke 12's position. He won't get the support he needs, and he knows that Uber's got nothing left, so he will flush. There is no doubt about this. Really quickly to update you what's going on with that kill, AFF are actually being shot from outside of the circle. The Sun Sisters are looking for a point of entry. They're just above the shooting range. All of AFF are now inside the shooting range, so that large amount of territory is taken away. On the hillside to the left-hand side, if you think about it in your mind, you've got SDV. So the Sun Sisters are in a very difficult position. Vendetta, T1, and AHQ, that grenade hits Fuzz and just jolts the bike. Holy hell.
At least the car did some work for FaZe. That's about the only kill they've been getting this tournament. Down in the southeast, TSM, another European hopeful, has run into the scariest men in this map. It's 4 a.m. They haven't gone for the indirect engagement. That car is not looking so hot right now. It's actually looking maybe a little too hot, should I say. Gonna pull up, get the hell out of it, and readjust. TSM could be slowed down by this.
Still keeping an eye on that kill feed. I think everyone wants to know, is FaZe going down in 15th with the hopes and dreams alongside of it? Tempo Storm still stacked up. Maluk on the scout having a look around. The 2 players from Red Canids lingering and kicking just on the bridge side. They know, I think they know where Tempo are, and that's what Maluk's been doing exactly. just to keep them in check. Up in the north, it's just wild. Once you bring this map up, you have a look. It's like an ant farm.
We've got to look towards TSM being pinched between two here as well. 4AM's presence is enough to send them south towards the west, where actually you've got to be a bit worried because QM are sat in one of the compounds, a very strong compound that gives you a great deal of vision. Now, Lazarus trying to deal with the remaining member of FaZe, Uber. They're still holding the line. Can he take it on with him? No, it's FaZe down in 15th. And it's certainly not FaZe up this time. It looks like that could be their final song here.
And that was actually down to the North American brothers on the opposing side. Tempo Storm got the eye onto Uber, forced the engagement, down he goes, and out go FaZe. Circle updates. We bring it uphill from shooting range. Main compounds here, you're looking towards GEX. They're going to be laughing. People who might not be laughing. To come out of that shooting range is going to be difficult. AHQ are on the hillside. I'll stop for now while we look at TSM because we see one team wandering off into the distance and they've got to run. The only difficulty is if they decide to set up in front of them. Remember, where TSM is not a safe position. It's out in the open. Everything is an uphill struggle from this place where they are, and they are as far against the circle as humanly possible.
Yep, and these outskirts are going to be horrific to try and play towards. A double graze, very nice readjustment for QM. I like that.
Really quickly, Lauren, I want to touch on what could be a big powder keg kicking off in the back. AHQ are holding down the crashed plane site. You have Lazarus, W-Click, and Tempo Storm. Even SDV, they're all looking for an entry point. The plane would give you that amount of cover you need. If not, you are bombing middle and you are praying and hoping no one else is there.
W-Click, this is a big send from them. They're going to beat Tempo Storm to the punch. That's good news for them. Lazarus are not too far behind. I'm glad you highlighted this because it does look like that race. GEX is spread out, but they are spread out maybe a little too thin for this. They better be on notice as the Sun Sisters find forever. That's over in the east.
Lazarus
That's as 4AM have tried to turn up. We are going to see W-Click now surrounded by 3 teams, and it looks like the fight does begin. Look at the kill feed. Harold holds. He gets Halo. He gets Uncivil. Lazarus fall like flies. They've rocked up and they've rocked out. 14th place. Thanks for the feed. W-Click will take that all day long.
Latam says thank you very much, North America. Once again, they did the dirty on Envy last week, and now they claim the points once again on Lazarus. That is fantastic for this Latam team.
But now look at GEX. They've seen this all happen. They've heard it all happening. They're leaning over this way. They already punished one, but could they convert on more? I'm not sure. I think W-Click will want to stabilize and slow down the pace, get themselves a little bit of footing, and then continue the fight.
Hold for now. Psycho, he knows in treacherous waters here with multiple angles to hold. Really, what else can you do but try and pick up a few? Me, Luke, job done. Psycho dead. 13th place for the Red Canids. Onwards we go. Tempo Storm. Need to find a better location than this one. Again, same kind of scenario as TSM where you have to make a very slow approach. Up in the north, though, we still have engagements. AHQ, SDV, all been overwatched by AFF. And when I say Overwatch, it's actually a low push because there's nowhere else really to go. They can force the engagements here. Same scenario will happen with Uber, where Tempo Storm shoots him in the back. For AFF, they'll give away the position of SDV, and AHQ, well, they'll take full advantage of that and say thank you very much for the free points.
Oh, Michael just got caught about 200 meters away. He's done for, flushed by Kane. GEX starting to show a little bit more dominance here after holding such a strong position on this map. Now, does TSM respond to this, or do they again try and just stay quiet in the south? It looks like Tempo Storm might be finding the engage towards W-Click, as a Freak of Freaks still find picks up in the north.
Battle at the bottom of the table. We have to take a look into it. Vendetta versus Sun Sisters. Edge first one to drop here. All 3 players will be very close together, hanging around the Harry Potter. TSM not too much in front of them for now. Again, I spoke about the uphill battle which would ensue once this circle went forward. SST need to collapse on this, but look who's got the same frigging idea. AFF. If they stab them in the back, that's potentially 5, 6, 7 points waiting to happen. They can crush them from 2 different angles.
NN's on the run. He's trying to get there. It looks like Sting Divine has been eliminated over in the northwest. But look at NN. Look at Afrika Freaks. They are right on the verge. Sun Sisters collapse towards it. This is the northeast. You've got to be looking towards this one. Vendetta are trying to hold on, but they go down. Couldn't quite claw back enough as this is W-Click holding back Tempo Storm. This is further away. The Sun Sisters still doing damage as Afrika Freaks slowly trying to strangulate over in the northeast of the map.
We've got 2 different battles. We'll try and cover as much as humanly possible between this. Tempo need to make a movement. Again, the circle, it's not too far away. There's not too much pressure just yet, but W-Click are feeling it. After all the points they've been picking up, you've got to feel good they'll be able to upgrade any utility they're going to be lacking.
They're just over this ridge. WClick are literally over this ridgeline. I don't know if Tempo know how close they are to this now. Ragnar's going to start putting down the utility, playing quiet, playing safe. That's a Freak of Freaks still engaging towards Sun Sisters, and it looks like they've swept them aside. Big play from a Freak of Freaks up in the northeast. That means they get a bit of ground, but they also get the attention of the other teams. Back towards this Tempo fight. The engage began and WClick held the line, but look at Maluk, look at Zampa. They're trying to provide another angle, and it's with high ground to supplement. Big positioning, paying big dividends. Ribo goes down. A bit of a tragedy there for WClick. It looked like they wanted to transition away from this area.
Miluk tracking where Silzen will be pulling up. These individual rocks will provide cover, but they are now split, and now they're at the mercy of different angles. Zampa already encroaching on the top position with that barrel. He's got the 4 times at distance, but up close and personal to Silzen, that will knock him in half.
Yeah, Maluk's nade could do some work there as well. Let's see if it goes quite well enough. It got the tag, not the frag. But now you can see WClick have to pick up the pace. They can't disengage. They have to just fight head on. And look at Maluk. This guy wants it. He is aggressive with the barrel, but there's still players in that smoke. Zampa on the other side. Sharp shot does find Ragnar. It looks like WClick are done for in this scenario. The nade in hand is all he can do, really. Surrounded all fronts. Bursts out the smoke and gets put to the grave.
Battered from multiple angles. Great pincer from Tempo Storm, but all that noise is not going to notice. TSM have put 2 to their side, and AHQ are also coming down from the mountain, so they have to be aware that there is potentially snakes in the grass. Gustav is in front, Ira is behind. To give you an update on how things went in the north, we saw the Sun Sisters. They collapsed on Vendetta, took them out, and then AFF came in to wipe them out.
You've got to look at this then. This was the setup that was about to happen. Gustav there catching one on the cross, and Tempo Storm are completely unawares. TSM set up well, and they perfected the timing on this one. Ira needs to be careful to not get isolated. Has to bank on Gustav to hold the line for him and supplement those shots. Tempo Storm with the blue on the back needs to move forward.
Rory's committing to the calls. He'll come and try and give them support and overwatch so they can work their way back. This is really nice from TSM. They've got a knock and they've got a point, so they pull back now. Reconsolidate themselves and get ready for the push. The blue will begin to hurt eventually. We are in phase 6. So you don't want to be stuck or caught out there, because if you are, you're going to be run up against it. There's no healing really through it. Yes, you can, but you're always at the mercy of running out of the blue, completely tanked up, and someone just one-shotting you, regardless of where it hits you on the body.
Tempo Storm have disengaged. They're running south to north as far west as they can. Probably a good shout, because I think they realize the GEX is in that compound. So this, I think they're running into the unknown here, which is always a problem, but they know the scenario they'd be walking into would be probably an unfavorable one in the south.
So if we think how this circle goes, you've got to look at GEX's position with a full 4-man stack and the most strongest compound. Pretty much anywhere for a good 600 meters, they can control how this game goes. Certain angles will be completely denied. As soon as you show your face, it's not only if you have a hill, but it's the height advantage they have over you. They can control this entire center map area. The only real problem you have is from QM. Yes, TSM will be downhill. They'll be out of line of sight for now, but eventually they have to come forward. So long as Kane and Sophia keep check on them, they're going to be laughing.
Oh, Zampa! The readjust is paid off well. They found the fight against AHQ, who are completely unaware that this could be a potential position. T1 have flexed towards the north to find the Afrika Freaks. We are seeing AHQ taking too many fights on too many fronts, and they're losing too many of these. They have at least stifled Tempo Storm, but this is not without answer. Afrika Freaks have fallen in the meantime. We're down to 6 teams now.
QM is actually pushing on T1. We need to be aware of that. They're moving up. They smell blood. They understand that they've just been in a fight and they could be damaged up without heal. I'm looking for responses. It's not coming in the way of T1, though, because QM is opening up on them. They've only got 2 left standing.
Yeah, they have. QM's position, I like it. They've left one back to
and now
control
QM on
the
TSM
south.
as well?
That's so smart from QM. That's really, really good play. Holding back to make sure no one can push you back. And this is the main front of the assault. Ada stays coiled and patient, but gets removed. As QM maybe want to do another one. They had the taste of victory, and maybe they want some more.
This is massive, and this causes knock-on effects down the table. For QM, being able to take out 2 different sides, the other 2 players now, I think, with QM, unless they can get the res off and be really quick about it, AHQ should be able to solidify this.
They're
SR,
back up to 3.
With an M24 in hand, if you're going to be called SR, then you have to be able to use the sniper rifle. Could be the end of QM. They're letting them get the reses, though, Lauren. This is so dangerous.
I think they couldn't overpush this angle. Look how open that last little push would be. I think that's the line that they've had to draw. If they push too far, I don't think they maybe kept full attention to who was knocked to who wasn't. Just about. So here we go. AHQ are currently gatekeeping at least 2 of QM. That means QM will be the ones to move. GX hold everything here. Tempo Storm outskirts, TSM outskirts. These are the final battles. SR, let's see if you can live up to that name. If you can connect one of these shots, I'll lose my mind. 15 players, 5 teams though. Still plenty more targets to be had.
Hit the world. You could be winning the world. Going to the world stage in the Oakland Arena, for the simple fact that QM are one of those teams that are down in the bottom part for elimination. Back-to-back wins and some good points on the board. It would shake things up fantastically. Now remember, when you're firing a sniper rifle like this, you are giving away your position, so it's not without its downsides. But again, you put one in the face, they are going to hit the deck, and you can make a collapse on that.
Yeah, but now TSM fancy a bit of this. They want some of these points. Leo did find Sharky. That's Tempo Storm being pushed back even further. It's never going to be easy for Tempo Storm to move away from where they were. TSM trying to find their way in. They are not in the current circle. They still need to find a way forward. Iro being denied by years. This is QM holding the south as well as disengaging from the north. A transitional play.
Lauren GX are actually going around TSM. They don't realize this. They're pushing up against the blue to wipe them out. Tempo's gone. Holy hell. SR pushed up on them aggressively. Went at them with the AR. TSM are gone. Now GX will be the next. So we have GX, AHQ, and QM. Bit of a standoff here as we see GX with the compound. AHQ own a good amount of that map in the north. They've got the 3-man split all the way across, so no one's behind them. And they have the tree line to play with.
I'd say the one danger of this compound, and it always will be the same, is when you try and leave it. You have a couple of pieces of cover to play to, but once you move away from that, that's why I liked when they looked south, they tried to springboard off it. They've got a 2-man hit squad heading up on the western side, just to the left side of your screen right now. SR will probably be the first port of contact. I think Milk and Yan Lee have just been informed of this potentially. I'd love to see what SR sees. I'd love to see Milk's angle maybe, as it looks like GX are trying to find a way, a bit of footing towards that northern side. There's the crossfire coming in. They've been spotted, and now they disengage. They fall back. It looks like AHQ are trying to dominate this northern side as best they can. SR's nade not going to the right tree. They're just slightly further towards the left-hand side.
Sophia goes closer to the center, which will cause a bit of a stoppage now to AHQ's advancement if Milk has seen him. Remember, we still have that M24 in play, should he be able to make use of it. As an update, coming into this, these 3 teams were 12th, 16th, and 18th. They're all playing for points. And again, this just shakes the leaderboard up going into our final matches that much more. It's such an important win.
I really like how GX has readjusted so far. I'd love to see Leo maybe move up. I think maybe he's holding back until they get the full picture that maybe they can't get any more angles. You could see him looking for one. He's trying to find some pressure to be alleviated from QM. Now, looking at their angles, looking at where they're going to have to be, they're going to be really, really clustered together in that southeastern side. Hard to move away from. If they wrap towards the north, AHQ still hold it. Where are their options here?
No helmet as well. We can see the hood up. That'll be problematic because one bullet will get the job done, so you can't overpeak that. You can't look for even information. Now for AHQ, they have to wait till the other 2 engage. Because of SR's position, it's held back by Shyware. They'll hold for now. Yan Li, Wu Feng, and Yiz will all have to move. Outside of the circle, this one will tank them down to nothing. 1 bullet, and it'll be the death of you. So you have to be proactive and not get touched by. I'm looking towards Wu Feng. He has to move any second now, otherwise it's going to cause him problems.
It looks like the fight's about to break out. Look at QM. They're going to get the nades ready. First nade comes through. Does it find anyone? No. They're just over the lip of the hillside. There's still room to be had and kept safe for GEX. You could see QM is so desperate to find someone out there, catch someone off guard. And GX aren't letting them. They are being steadfast, patient, smart. And they're waiting to see if anyone will make a mistake, and it looks like no one is. This is a stalemate, and we look at the circle. Hits center point. Now, who's got the best shot? It's hard to say. QM are packed into a corner. Hard to play out of.
It is hard to play off, but the problem, I'd say the only advantage they've got is that they're a 4-man stack. So if someone comes over, they can shoot together as a team. But then there's the other side of that coin. You're going to be all lined up for either 1 grenade or 1 AR just to completely melt your entire roster. This is where AHQ need to be looking now at the teams coming up the hillside.
The smokes, you saw the nades. They've got plenty to put down. This could be an absolute line of smokes to let them step
They
forward.
denied with the mollies.
Look at the southern swing. They're going to go on the push. There's the
one.
nade. Bye-bye, Leo. And it looks like the following push will happen. They picked up the pace. They found the players. Can they find Kane? Yes, they can. It's going to be clinical. Sweep in the south from QM, but there's AHQ. Finally say hello. They've now moved from the north to the south. They're holding the center point. And slap bang in the middle is GX. Sophia is just the last one standing, I think, at this point. Next to Milk here. No easy way out of this. They're just praying that now the other two teams fight. And there they go. We're down to 2, 7 alive. 3 in the north. It looks like maybe 3 in the south as one of them's knocked. Good shot from Wu Feng. Gonna find Milk. As we're looking like this surely could be QM's victory. Back to back would be huge. And a shot like that, even bigger.
QM.
awaits, and they've got to deliver. Some of these teams who've been quiet, turn it up. Southeast to northwest, we are into the game. 16 teams enter the battlefield, 64 players. But only one team can walk out the victor here.
There can only be one PUBG Global Champion. If you want to get there, you have to get through this map and 2 more. After this, the green, grassy pastures of both Erangel and Sanhok leave as we move on to Miramar. If you are one of those teams that actually plays well on this and can use the topography of the map, use the terrain to your full advantage, and frag the hell out, then right now is the time to do so. If there was a team that you didn't like, just to kind of also put a flip on that, if there was a team that you didn't like, this would be the time to jump in, jump down, get your boots on the ground and raise holy hell.
I want to look at TSM for a second here, because they were a team, when we first saw them here in the semifinals, they looked untouchable. They looked pretty solid. Honestly, today, I haven't quite seen that come through just yet. I'm a little bit curious to see if that maybe comes out a little bit more on Miramar. I guess you could argue they're in the same boat as 4AM, that they've put up the numbers. They don't necessarily need to show everything. But I'd like to see a little bit more fire with them. I want to see, Iro popping off again. They did fine, I guess, on Erangel. They were okay. They're not having bad games, but the firepower they were bringing before, they looked, on level with the likes of 4AM.
It's slightly different approach to what they've been doing so far. I mean, the circles haven't really been with them, and I've always said it doesn't really matter. It's how you play that scenario. And TSM have been doing well, but they've been picking up kills along the way. The placements haven't been great, but today they've actually been kind of average. You got a 3rd place, a 4th place, picking up a few kills along the way. I mean, hell, you look at 2nd through 5th, so 4 teams are all within 6 points of one another, 22 to 28. So they're up there at least, but
they're certainly
I have to agree that we've not seen that big firepower game. But honestly, I think that's because the other teams that have been a little bit quiet have finally said, you know what, maybe it's time to play. Maybe it's time, if we see TSM even slightly at a disadvantage, we push on that. We pick up the frag, we grab the point, because at this stage, you can't let players go. Any kind of knock you get, you have to bloody push on it. You have to take advantage of the scenario.
Okay, let's look at what we're seeing so far. Sun Sisters, what a split for them, isn't it? Quite sporadic throughout the map on the Eastern Island, where the circle has hit. Not too surprising there. And anyone on the outskirt islands will have to make that transition across. Somewhat what you expect here. We've seen this circle quite often. I don't think any of the teams will be too surprised, upset, or shocked that this is the case. It does then play to the likes of WClick's compound. I will always put this as a high priority pick, position-wise. Same, you could say, with, I guess, SDV has a good shot there too. That sort of area, to me, is always so powerful. If it does go further north, of course, it does shift things up, but that has just seemed to always gravitate so many endgames.
One of the downsides of this map is that we generally get not exactly the same 4 circles, but we know roughly where things tend to end because of how things move away from water, things move away from the rock sides. We have a rough guesstimate of where things can be, and this is where you look towards a very good IGL. One big instance of this, which you could take, again, advantage of the scenario that's provided to you. Red Canids have absolutely no one behind them. If anyone wants to take a quick bankman and play slow, play late, then it'd be a good place to be. But for the Red Canids, they now probably have about a quarter of this map to themselves.
Hold on, first engage coming through. That's WClick extending and stretching their legs slightly further north of the compound. They want the complementary hill that sits just slightly to the northeast of it. And that's where one of the Sun Sisters players was residing. But the Sun Sisters were split. I said it earlier. They're quite split up across this map. They have since then consolidated a touch, but it's not by much, so keep in mind, if they do get a knock, there may not be a revive to follow. And I saw some of you guys asking previously, why are some of the names faded on the standings? Because they're not playing today, so those points are set in stone. That's how that works, and all the others have ability to shift. They're the ones playing live today. So that's how that all works. But you can see all the teams kind of, I guess, slowly leaning a little towards the Sun Sisters, WClick, SDV. You've got Lazarus now extending away from Resort. They're putting 2 players down slightly further south. You've got GEX heading east. Everyone trying to get to that central spot.
It's kind of scary when your life hangs in the balance and on the knife edge of... Oh, some brake level driving there. On the edge of a knife, and someone else's knife, to be precise. Genesis are in the crowd. They're watching this again. They're not even safe, and they're not in this competition. But anything can happen, and QM shaking up the leaderboards. it makes things that more interesting. AHQ, this is going to be a hell of a long play. I hope they've got the meds for it to take this boat, unless they decide to go straight down the middle and just send it. If they do, this will be bloody scary. I'd expect it to be a wide one because it won't hurt too much just yet, but if they send it straight down, that'll be madness. Crazy Sam with an M24. I want to see sniper shots on my screen. They look amazing when people land them. And W-Click are making an advancement on this. 4AM's got involved.
They overreached. They
They
left that compound. They left the strongest compound, and now they're being punished for it. Sun Sisters hot on the chase. They see points. They want points. They get points. They flush the knock. Harold goes down, and W-Click, I thought they had such a good opportunity here, such a paramount position, and now it's been ripped away from the Sun Sisters. Well, they want a bit of that, don't they? Look at them instantly getting to... Oh, the timing on the switch. Rather unfortunate for Ragnar.
The one that actually sat back, Lauren, got hit by 4AM, and STV on the opposing side of the road are also... This is going to be a four-way game. W-Click, the last person, Ragnar,
they're rushing
on that
this.
side.
They're pushing it.
4AM will push up, STV will push in. QM will hear all this going down. We're going to have 4 teams, all within 2 compounds.
Phaser on the way as well. We've got so
There's
many
one.
teams. That's the first to fall. Nice little passive angle from Ragnar. Holds it. Whoa, he tries to make a run for the window. Big tag, no frag, but he looks for the follow-up. He tried his best. Valiant attempt, but it does mean W-Click lose out on that position forever. Wants to show him how it's done. Shut down eventually, but that's a 2-man pickup. And SDV, it's not over yet.
Hang on, they're not flushing forever. They can't get him. He's round the corner of the wall. The grenades are in there. They're pushing Lee. Levy's is outside of the back. That's 3 ZGG. The man's on fire. 4AM continue to apply the pressure. This is madness.
Kings of the castle for now. They hold the central position, but it's not all of them. Keep an eye on that map. You can see there other players sitting in the southeast side, ensuring no one's creeping up, no one's taking what's theirs, because look who's about to try it. FaZe hears all of this. Are they smart enough to scout this correctly? Will they just run in haphazardly? I hope we see the best of FaZe here, just to remind us of who they were, because we have not seen it today. 8C leading the charge with Uber, trying to get closer before him hold both sides of this.
Lou at the top is there to read the info.
There's a shift south.
He'll get the... Give the bullets. If he was shooting, then obviously, yes. So it's Uber that's now slow walking this. Doesn't know he's there. Stands ground. Oh, no. IT's there to give him the support. Wheeler says, okay, well, we're not having none of that, so we'll start to drive away. TSM will open, excuse me, Base Plan will open up, and rightly so again. Every single frag they need. We're looking now for this team to have any chance. In my personal opinion, you need at least 18 to 20 points per game. They have to go off, they have to win, they have to kill. The region race is on for this entire lobby.
They're so greedy in this. Look at the way they're approaching it. They want all of this compound. They want as much of it as they possibly can take. They don't want to share with the Sun Sisters. They don't want FaZe close by. They don't want QM anywhere near this. They are split pretty wide in this, and that is such a big take. Look at what FaZe have in comparison. This is a little bit of a rollback to that first shot I think you wanted to see, and that's got a bit of distance on it, leading the shot beautifully. Let's see when he lands it. Maybe there it...
Go on, son. Yep. More of that.
Yep.
More of that.
Yes. Sun Sisters still holding the hillside, unable to really transcend away from this. Lazarus not moving either. No one's really intent on moving here. TSM with the slow creep in the southwest. That's about what you're going to get. And I think most teams are somewhat safe, excluding QM. Look at their current position. Them and Tempo Storm are very close by, and at least what they can see of each other. You could see Nox there, maybe revives, however.
QM will have the worser position here, coming out the back of the quarry. It would have been detrimental had Tempo Storm put someone over the other side of the road to just make that even more difficult. And the reason it's so difficult is because of this height that Tempo Storm will control. Again, one simple knock will make the massive amount of difference. I'm seeing an M24 across that roster, so if you can dink one, you take one man out to get the res, he'll stick that, you're into a 2 versus 4 scenario should they want to go for the res. FaZe Clan, they're just sitting and waiting for now to see what happens with the next circle because they do have the center point. Everyone will eventually roll to them should the circle be favorable.
This is the patient time for some of these teams. Need to take a couple of moments of breath here as everyone getting quite close by. And this is where you start looking at anyone who's got those Kar 98s, those 24s that can get those knocks. As I said, the flushes are very unlikely because they're normally in compounds. I think Vendetta might be being kept back on the hillside here as they're just north of Kampong.
It's a bit of a stalemate, to be fair. We'll see.
TSM moving through Quarry, hold on.
Yeah, this is kind of what my issue is. You've got TSM, you've got Ghost Gaming all down the south. Once they walk up, if these teams are just standing there and not doing much, they'll also be put into the predicament where they have to do the same. They can't advance, otherwise they're going to be at the mercy of two different rosters. But does Ghost Gaming see them first?
Well, Ghost Gaming aren't really looking their way. That's what gives me a slight worry. I think we're starting to see one of their players look around. Gustav is right at the foot of the hill, though. He's got the low ground to work through. There's the spot. Drassel, cometh the hour. This is the time to land those shots we are so aware you can do. As the circle will shift, going to move right towards the compound, kind of south of Barn, where FaZe currently sit. As TSM have got themselves to the foot of the hill, but Shrimzy's off angle could work out well for them. You can see how open Gustav would be to this sort of position. Let's see if Shrimzy gets a bit of a glimpse of them.
Contact made. Gustav should go down here, but he's holding point, which puts him at the mercy if anyone does see him. Kind of same scenario happened with ITC yesterday. But that...
Nice work.
Knock and confirmation instantly. I mean, hell. With the silencer, you'll never have seen it even coming or which angle it had been. So they'll only see the point to give the info back, and by that time, it's too late. Everyone starts to encroach on the center point. T1 are coming in from the east, AHQ. They'll be held at gunpoint from the Red Canids. Lazarus. The engagement might come as soon as they crest the brow of this hill. Everyone else in a compound, they have to fight for theirs.
Do they hear the Sun Sisters? Do they know what's over this hillside? They have to be so careful when they peek this ridge. They've got to be aware of that. Sun Sisters are disengaging. They're moving slightly further south. Wait, they're going towards Barn. We all know that anyone who steps towards Barn never really makes it out, and it looks like Lazarus are closing in, working from the hillside, sweeping as a line. They're going to move forward. You can see they're moving with some pace as well. Uncivil's there.
Ready for this.
Alo's there. This could be death from above if they get the right lines of sight, and they have already. The first shots come through, but maybe a little too early. Sun Sisters have cover. They're in the low ground. Can Lazarus convert? Yes, there's the first. Trades. Looking like they want to come back in from FaZe. Shots coming through from far out towards the east.
That's what they have to be careful of. Red Canids now move out. This could be a domino effect here. FaZe will open up onto Lazarus. Lazarus looking towards the Sun Sisters. Red Canids have been hit by T1. AHQ are making a move on Red Canids. This whole thing is about to go off. Vegas in the kill feed. That's Vendetta. They're going to lose someone instantly. TSM yet to make a real show in this circle. For QM, they're just holding, and so are GEX. They've done nothing, and neither of AFF. All these teams going into these final circles, they're going to be geared. They'll have bandages, bullets, body armor, everything. Once this updates, there is no room to breathe. Everybody is going to be constricted together.
Do not stand still. If I see Drassel with a 24, you do not stand still, Vendetta. Keep moving. They need to keep heading north. It looks like Icon's trying to do that, trying to extend some sort of step towards the northern side to ensure circle position, to deny any sort of wrap from Ghost Gaming. And there's the first bit of a glimpse. Drassel maybe overextending a touch, gets a little bit pushed back, but he does stay alive. The rest of the teams hear this, but they're not moving on it. Freaks still hold too much territory to give that one up.
Good God, why are people so scared on this? Well, I suppose we know why. It's because of how much is on the line.
14 teams, 51 players. I wouldn't be moving for the life of me.
1.5 mil. It's not as if it's much, right?
Oh, that's a lot of money when you put it that way. GEX control a great deal of the west. We have Lazarus, AHQ in the north, centralized FaZe, Tempo Storm, QM are over there. TSM have slowed themselves into Quarry, Ghost Gaming if they disengage from Vendetta, who've moved further north. Whoa, okay. Now,
all right.
Tempo Storm have completely shifted up, and they've taken over the compound that we... Well, not completely, but they've taken such a good foothold here, and they haven't been taking too many casualties, which is quite surprising considering how many teams potentially have vision on this. And as soon as Kane got a little bit too close to QM, instantly there's a big no. There's a big flag. That's their compound. They are not sharing it. The north and the east now. This is a hard transition. You're moving into the likes of 4 AM.
The biggest thing of all this is that it's kept Quarry in. That's absolute madness. TSM have just been given a crate right on top of the head. Brendan says, there you go, boys. Thank you very much. You're having a great day today, so take that little upgrade. Ghost Gaming is just over the road from them, keeping a track of what's going down. Vendetta are creeping and crawling.
Lazarus are at the door of 4 a.m. They're pretty close by themselves. AHQ getting a glimpse through the woods towards the Red Canids, who've not had the largest of days here towards the east of Barn. And as Lazarus moves closer, 4 a.m. get the glimpse. Now the engage begins. That's the aggressive split, that almost bold split that I didn't expect. Purdy Curdy just going to pile in there. ZTG on the run, and he makes it out. Going to consolidate with the rest of the side, try and pull themselves back together, because Lazarus are posing enough of a threat. There's the smokes, there's the safety for them. Trying to move forward, they forced 4 a.m. back.
That's a beautiful selfless play. Get the vehicle in, then you become a point of contact. Everyone looks at you, the smoke goes up, and all his teammates are allowed to walk in. Yes, it's on the edge of the circle. Yes, it's not the best place in the world, but they're in. They avoided dying, and they have a compound to work with.
Red Canids, this is the time for them to try and get some points on the board, get those kills going. Milk's in the blue, they have at least some sort of safety in the north until T1 leapfrog them. They're about to cut in just towards the east, but it looks like a Freak of Freaks might see them. So this could all kind of like fold upon itself. Red Canids running right past them here. How is Milk still standing? He's gone away with this, and the FPS is right in front of them. Rusty Zera, they're taking down T1, but look at Milk lurking in the back line. Zada still trying to hold on here, but the Red Canids are doing the damage towards AHQ.
Oh, the blue, it's going to take so many players here, but the mop-up could be real for many of these teams. These are easy frags. T1, the last two players just turned up in a vehicle. They're outside of the blue. Helen's healing, Jeff Locker's here also. Milk shooting away, but AFF, they've stunned fast for quite some time, and now they can finally open up. Not much is happening, and AHQ go bombing out.
Sun Sisters tried to move from Barn, and FaZe have extended their hold from the compound. They have vision towards it. There they go. Not surprising, a lot of attention came their way, but it's not resolved in the northeast, but it's coming to an end, as we're seeing Red Canids just down to 1. T1 there in the back lines. Helen so far away! Somehow takes down the Red Canids. Heartbreak for them.
He's gonna die. Yep, I think that's gonna be T1 gone as well. Yes, it is. SK Telecom T1 goes out in 11th. GEX, they've moved on to 4 a.m. and distracted them. This gives a bit of time for Lazarus to get their fallen comrade on his feet. One down either side in that battle across the road. Circle comes the way of Quarry. This is absolute madness. How is this thing still in?
No one knows, but are we going to see 3 games in a row? 3 wins in a row? Because I'm seeing a team in perfect position here for it.
The circle's been absolutely sterling.
Hold on. Purdy Curdy's on the run again. This guy's sending it right now. Past FaZe, past 4 a.m. Purdy Curdy, how are you alive? This man's got moves in the car. He's going to pull up, and he's actually about to make it somewhat in. That's madness from Lazarus. Come hell or high water, somehow he's made it to the next circle. He's going to have to leave the rest of his teammates behind. That was too much of a risk, but he's got them a step in. Now Lazarus trying to make the last part of the run. Tempo Stormer punishing GEX, who are out on the northwest side. Uber overwatching all this, trying to find maybe a victim here or there. But Luke 12 waits so patiently, way less. Now lines it up, and there he goes. Luke 12 going to punish 4 a.m. That's going to be a quick nade and say goodbye. Doesn't want any more of that. Has to get his heel off.
The rest of 4 a.m. are looking this way, but GEX might have heard the bullet, so they could engage that scenario if they want to. FaZe Clan also yet to make a stance on this one. You saw a couple of kills early on, but they've really been quite passive in my opinion, but I understand why. Once they come down the hillside, they will be open to Tempo Storm. For me, they have to go all the way around the circle to where Vendetta are. Try and stay out of line of sight, but that's much easier said than done. When Non-Reg is holding the hillside, he can feed all this information back. There you go. Buzzface knocks him down. That's an opener. You have to make a move on this one because the blue waits for nobody.
Lazarus is still doing damage. Purdy Curdy finds Mexi. FaZe on the receiving end of this fire, and it's not feeling good. Fuzzface gets traded on as well. And really, a FaZe dropping this at this point. GEX finding a bit of revenge towards 4 a.m. who have fallen. They were late to leave. Luke 12 got the first punish and the follow-up was theirs. But GEX, the last man standing for them, is well into the blue. This will hurt. He does make it out somehow.
3 points there for FaZe. That's decent, but they are bleeding out the wayside. They'll leave one back. Uber front and center for them. On the defensive, Vendetta. They have an eye line. It's not much. Mixi went out to the blue again and goes down straight off the back of the res. That's not great. That slows them down further. QM have to be careful. They've sent one player out to get the res off, but Shyway is behind them. TSM have been given another drop, by the way, just so you're aware. That's 2 crates now in a row that they've got. There is a knock, though. Drassel, up and over. Lobs the nade, takes Michael down. They're not pincerning, though, and that's fine. Shrimsy has gone ahead of the pack. He's got an angle. which denies any approach
Hold
from
on,
around.
Rich. Uber is at the door. Doesn't get in, though. Knock all your one sharp shot. He's not having any visitors today. Tempo
rest of them are
Storm
here.
want to hold this. And it looks like they might do just that with a little bit of help from the Australians coming in from that eastern side, having full vision on the rundown. Not landing the shots they want. Mexi now put to task towards sharp shot again. Can he avenge? It looks like the answer is a swift no. Gonna have to get off the med here as 80 at least puts down sharp shot. But it's gonna be Tempo Storm with so many players in this position that can make it so hard for FaZe to get any further forward.
FaZe have only one avenue of approach because of what the Australians are doing. They're holding them back. They're doing the damage. OCE to the eastern side is a very big problem. FaZe have to face this head on. That's exactly what they're doing, but unfortunately, Tempo Storm says no, not today, FaZe Clan. This could be the end of you.
FaZe took down Lazarus, but it looks like North America might have the last laugh on this one as 80 puts down the molly, but the blue comes in and he knows he has to make the run for it. There's no two ways about it. They stand and they deliver. 80 does take one with him, but it's still going to be Tempo Storm well on top as FaZe go down in 6th, and we're down to 5 teams.
Circle updates. It goes more towards the north, and that's fine. QM, they'll be able to hide behind the barriers and watch the fight unfold between Ghost Gaming and TSM. Both of them have to make the open approach. It'll be difficult, and it won't be without loss. Drassel, now it's time to shine, my friend. There'll be level 3s in abundance across the road, 2 of them to be precise. But as TSM make the move, QM, they set up, they are waiting.
They're lurking in the depths, and Michael can be the first to find the pointy end of the stick. At least Iroh's there to trade on it, but this could be a huge performance from QM. Again, they have a great crossfire. I don't think Tempo Storm has full vision on them, but if they can get that final man up, that'd be perfect. Ghost Gaming decide they want to move east. They don't fancy running the road, and I don't blame them, but Vendetta are in their way. Shrimzy praying for some of those shots to find their target, but it's not come through. Iroh goes down in the end, and we are going to be seeing the nade coming out. Does it go anywhere near it needs to be? Yes, that will do it for them. Instantly, pressure relieved as Ghost Gaming, step by step, drudging their way forward. There is no easy path here.
TSM is gone, and that's Tempo Storm taking an off angle on top of the buildings. They see the faces, they find, they click the heads, and it's job done. Tempo Storm 4 up, same goes for QM. Now all eyes are on the prize as we look towards the east. Vendetta, or at least the last player remaining. Never mind, he's gone, he's dead also. 4 teams. 4 players up for the 2 that are in the north. Vegas is going for a wild and wonderful run in a car over the road. It's time to step up for Tempo Storm. This is frags in abundance for both of these rosters.
Is this going to be 3 in a row? Are you serious right now? They're down to just 2 players, though. Tempo Storm have 3 standing. It's a standoff. Sharky wants this for North America. They need this as well. They want the revive. Only 1 stand for QM currently. Can he stay in this? Can he do any damage towards Tempo Storm, or is this the game they make their mark? They wait patiently as the circle confirms the center point. They get themselves back on their feet. Tempo Storm stand as a legion at this point against just 1 man.
It would take a massive performance, but they know where he is. He's out of options. And after this, he's out of meds. The death squad is here, Lauren.
It looks like it's all but done. He can try and take one with him, but it's a no. Tempo Storm
cancel out some of these teams, deny their chance for Oakland. Everything is in your hands at this point. Can you rise to that moment? Can you just step up when you need to? Because this is the time.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see what these teams are going to do in their drops. Is anybody going to try to mess with some of the other teams? I can see that the Divine team and Red Canids, they're pretty close to each other there over Chumacera. There'll be some skirmishes.
Hacienda, that's going to be the one to watch because 4 a.m. and Lazarus both, they love to drop in this position. Now we're finally seeing them mixed up together, and it's going to be Lazarus that asserts dominance, gets there first, and forces 4 a.m. just a little bit towards the north.
All right, we'll see if there is going to be any battles that erupt over there. There's a couple teams near Power Grid. You've got TSM and Tempo Storm hanging out over there. Ghost Gaming has Picado all to themselves here. So a couple of teams are pretty happy with their setups, and we're just going to keep our eyes on this one, Matchroom.
Oh, Circle pops back down towards the southeast, right on top of Los Leones. But really, notice 4 a.m. These guys they were running and gunning yesterday. They were forced out of their drop, now playing up to the north of where Lazarus is and Hacienda. They're just trying to scrap loot at this point, seeing if they can get anything out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this point, 4 a.m. knows they are good to go. It's a matter of if they want to try to mess with other teams or if they just want to try to practice their game, just kind of stay in the flow of things and get ready for next week.
Now, one thing to note, whenever you have a circle that drops in a position like this, a lot of the area around Los Leones, nobody really wants to play in Los Leones Central. It's very dangerous if you have to exit from that position. That's why WClick is the only ones that are kind of posted up on it. A lot of the other teams right on the edge, such as Ghost Gaming that we're looking at right now, get Picado to themselves, separating out, should have a ton of loot, and don't really have to move too far. But I would say that they don't want to stay on that edge unless they're hunting points. And I got to be honest, if you're Ghost Gaming right now, you're in 19th. You're just within touching distance of making it up into that 16th spot. A couple of kills could be the deciding factor.
It's a difficult decision to make in terms of rotations. Do you want to get on the eastern side of Los Leones? Do you want to try to get on that side? Because if the circle shifts that way and it ends up on that side, you're going to be in a fantastic position to find yourself in one of those 6th, 5th, 4th place spots for sure. But if it shifts west and you have to go back through Los Leones, then you are in a world of trouble.
It's all about that mentality. What's your strategy? It's the big PUBG conundrum. Do I go for placement points, try to go for the center, not have to move much and just kill a few people, or do I play along the edge and just massacre everyone I can and hope somehow I can cut a path to the next safe zone?
Want to talk about this team right here, T1, desperately needing some points. 54 right now for them. They're okay. They're in it if AFF and SST and some of the others below them don't catch up, so they need to get themselves some points. I like the early rotation here. They just need some placement points, get center circle, and try to take advantage of that.
2 games left, and 3 points is the only thing that separates 15th and 16th. You're right, they're in it now, but one bad game for them could be an absolute disaster, and you can tell they know that. They're playing a little bit more aggressive in these earlier games. We've seen them try to pull off a little bit of sneakier moves, but a team that has been absolutely dominant today, QM, these guys have just absolutely showed up. They're running this huge split across a very large territory control that's mostly flat. They're moving up, getting those high ground positions, looking back across it, and this is a very popular rotation point. Could pick up a couple of kills.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Easy just setting up on that hill, looking over there, probably caught T1 out a little bit there in terms of seeing them. And now we have Vendetta putting some shots into the Red Canids. Rusty Zera trying to drive up the hill. Nothing really connecting there for Critical Motion. He is going to get in his buggy and move along.
Vendetta, it's time to start summoning every Aussie bone in your body. Jump in vehicles, chase every single kill you can find. You need every point you can get at this point. They're in 23rd, so they've got to start going after the hunt. But no, it's FaZe that's under gun from Tempo Storm right now.
All right, Zanpa continuing to spray in with his Scar. He's going to back off now. No real damage done there, just a little bit. Gustav with a bit of a vehicle accident, or did he get shot? I didn't quite catch it in the kill feed there. I think it looks like SR might have caught him out.
So you can see AHQ trying to reposition off this, trying to get another point out of it, but TSM feeling very comfortable right now. Nobody likes to take that early loss, but I mean, they're up at the top of the leaderboards right now, feeling, I would say, pretty confident about going over towards Oakland, so they're not going to cry too much about losing Gustav early.
No, they're pretty much a lock at this point. They are only 4 points behind QM. QM, 4 a.m., it has just been all China this weekend, and here we go. Jeff Laka might get the knock on to QM over the hill with that bike. Indeed, he does get the rip. Liga is down.
Everybody is trying to avoid Los Leones right now in these hills just to the east of it. There's a lot of very rough terrain, places that people can hide. There's a lot of little dips. There's these really sneaky high-end angles that you can find. QN finds themselves on the receiving end of that situation. So now, trying to get a little bit of vengeance back. But, I mean, Helen has himself a nice little angle to play off of. Just going to go ahead and retreat back off this. Decides that he's going to lay down and crawl towards the door. Is like, oh, okay, this might be a little bit too hot. And Tempo Storm, is this them on the hunt for FaZe right now? Because we saw them taking a couple of shots earlier.
I mean, it looks like Zampa's in a pretty decent position. That grenade explodes in front of those metal sheets, protecting him from the damage. Now he's going to come around and get a few decent shots into 80. Fuzzface is going to back him off.
Tempo Storm has a couple of members up towards the north. Zampa does go down, and nice shots come out from Uba. They want this. They're going to go ahead and flush that out. Now, 2 other members of Tempo Storm get shot in the back off in the distance. You can see now it is just Maluk. They might have bitten off more they can chew. FaZe seems to be on fire right now. They're containing back Tempo Storm. Maluk's going to try to figure this out. Okay, has a second before the rest of the FaZe members get over here, but it's full on damage control. Did Mixie see it? Looks like Maluk's going to step out and around, go for the shots on the side of it, and Tempo Storm goes down in 16th.
Okay, that's a little bit of life here for FaZe, but they are going to need a ton more. If they have any hope of being one of those 16 teams, they are almost at the absolute bottom. Those kills put them up into second to last place. Fuzzface trying to put a few more shots on a crossing team, but I don't know, man. Two games.
20 more of those. 20 more of those. It's fine. That's all
probably they need to win both games.
Well, they at least need to stack up a ton of kills, and that's a good start for them right now. So, good guy Tempo Storm helping out FaZe there. But you can see Helen is now down. Had a couple of shots come back his direction, but long-range skirmishes shouldn't be too big of a deal. Reses are going to come through, but that is going to be utility burned off.
Yeah, it's not what you want. Helen has struggled a bit here for T1 in this tournament. He's kind of a newer member to the team, so maybe a little of these rookie jitters that we're seeing from him. He's going to need to pick it up, regroup. All of T1 needs a few more points. Every point they get is so important for them right now. 55, they are 10 points behind the Rumblers and Genesis at 65.
Oh, look at this little sneaky crate off to the side of it. Does anybody from Fatal see that? Looks like they might. Like, hey, yeah, we'll go ahead and pick that one up for absolutely free. Gonna get themselves Mark 14, but really it's all about the level 3s.
Yeah, really you want the level 3 gear, giving you that utility, that sustainability that is so crucial, especially as the game goes on. AFF desperately needing some points. They started out really hot today. Since then, things have started to cool down. I want to see them to pick up the pace, and Alo is going to find Adder. Adder, what are you doing out there?
That was a down and easy flush to follow up. Kind of looking back over towards Alo. Rough position awareness off of that, but T1 running a very separated split right now. You could see he's kind of by his lonesome. Rest of Lazarus looks like they might be opting to make the push back over here. Alo's just trying to clear out, make sure nobody's hiding inside of any doorways, but I don't think that anybody from T1 can actually come over and support Acad right now because there's a couple of teams right next to them.
It was a greedy 2-1-1 split here from T1, and they pay the price for it. They can get away with that stuff in the PKL, but here on the big stage, the teams are too good. They aren't going to give you that space that you want.
We were talking about scrappy teams. Let's be honest. HQ. These guys somehow figure out when they lose 3 members to get into like a top 3 position regularly, a lot of their points, they're just kind of death gripping right on that cusp position. But it's off the back of a lot of solo play, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
and there's
okay.
FaZe making a late rotation. We're just going to center up right on top of Los Leones and Matchroom. I don't know if you remember, we had a game in PNC that ended up inside of Los Leones, and that was chaos. These teams looking to try to set up around it and try to play the odds. Looks like it's going to go south of Los Leones, but that's not guaranteed.
But here's the thing. Now you have to start taking the gamble. Los Leones is such a huge part of this circle. Do you go ahead and say there's a chance that Los Leones is going to be the finishing point, push in, and then risk not being able to make it back out? Because right now, Los Leones is just fortified. Every team is around that point right now. So even if you manage to make it in, which is so risky, if you have to leave, you are absolutely dead.
Well, what's fascinating is there are 2 teams that are kind of flirting with moving into Los Leones. WClick has gone basically 2 of their members dead center with a 2-2 split. The other 2 are on the south side. AHQ is set up on the south side. Those 2 might butt heads there if they keep moving towards each other.
Ghost making a little bit of a rotation towards the north of Los Leones. You can see the rough terrain that we were talking about just a second ago. Going to go ahead and opt into regrouping at this stage with 57 alive. You have to be aware. Oh no. Okay, that's fine. It'll right itself. All right. That's everything. We've seen a couple of car funny moments, but
Style
that one
points.
comes out okay there. So, all right, Ghost going to be able to regroup just fine off of this. And again, like I was saying, with 57 alive and everybody trying to avoid Los Leones, this is a smart call. These splits could be very, very hazardous to your health.
Yeah, if possible, you want to be able to rotate around Los Leones depending on where this next circle goes. For sure, you're going to do everything you can to avoid going through the center of it. WClick already made their rotation through it, playing the odds here, expecting this to go south of it, as did AHQ. There's a lot of other teams on this other side, as that is where there's a lot more room inside of this circle, and the circle tends to like to move away from the cities.
So with this, you can see Vendetta looking back over towards Shadow. Contemplating taking those shots, but it's going to be shots coming out from AFF first, but they're out and in the open. Critical Motion gets some damage back over towards NN, but not enough to do a lot. Icon's got a different angle. You can see shots coming back down towards the cars, so it can take out some tires, but really, these guys are after the kills, and there's no clean angles right now.
Look at Style making a very wide flank in a vehicle out to the left here. That could be a really important situation for a Freak of Freaks Fatal. NN and the others need to keep this busy. Try not to get knocked in the process. Let Style get over there and get the damage into Vendetta.
Should be noted that there are only 2 members of Vendetta looking back over towards AFF. That's why they're playing this so cautiously now. They know they need to have big games. They're bottom of the leaderboard right now. They want the kills, but they feel that the risk is just a touch too much. So instead, hop in the vehicles. Looks like they're going to look back over this direction. There is a crate coming down right next to him, but let's be honest, that's a trap. Don't go for it. It's out in the open. That's a good way to die. Just continue on.
Yeah, look, you can see Ragnar was up on the hill overlooking that, seeing if anyone would take the bait, but wisely Vendetta opts to move on. Here is 4 AM, of course, and the Japanese team, the lone survivors from the PJS here. Sun Sister looking, they still have a chance. They're at 45 points. They are still very much in this. They're right on the edge in 17th place.
But they do have 4 AM right next to them. If we know one thing, 4 AM, they're feeling pretty good about their points right now, and they tend to play quite fearless. So we're going to have to keep an eye on seeing if they decide to push in, because Sun Sister now finds 4 AM on one side and QM on the other, and I got to say, that's a scary place to be.
That is, especially today, stuck between 2 Chinese teams is definitely not what you want. And oh my goodness, Matrim, so much of this circle is Los Leones.
All right, it's go time. You're either playing warehouses, you're playing dips, or you're making the choice to go into Los Leones. The center of it looks like we have Sting Divine that's already decided to hold down that point, and now it's vehicles galore. It's Mad Max time. Everybody's hopping in. They're making their rotations. They know that this is going to be rough. It's going to be Sun Sister that's pushing in first. We did see that Vendetta crossed up and in front of them, trying to make their way into Los Leones as well. But these different points are going to have a lot of different firing angles. And just because you make it by one team, it doesn't mean you'll make it by the second or third after that. So Sun Sister says, nope, this is good enough for us right now. We'll just hold this position.
Yeah, gonna find an edge position here. It's gonna be real interesting to watch Vendetta. They're split up 2-2. They're gonna try to regroup right now. They're sending some members in. There's the 3 surviving members of T1 who are pushing towards WClick's position. WClick has backed up more towards the center of Los Leones, so we could see some real urban combat.
I like this from WClick. They landed here, they had a lot of loot, instead decided to regroup onto this. Vendetta's still looking back over towards AHQ right now. They continued their push, so I was a little bit dangerous. They already have 1 member down. Edge is thinking about peeking around that corner, but says, no, okay, this might be a little bit risky right now for it. HQ is running a little bit separated. You can see CC doesn't have good firing angles to really support the other members. So this is turning into a closed door battle. It's all going to be about peaks and different angles that you can hold. SR feels like he's got an aggressive push that he can get off, so starting to push around the side of it. Milk's trying to get a couple of shots off as well. Edge finding himself in a really rough spot as he gets double peeked and taken down.
Great surround here by AHQ, and I'm pretty sure Milk got some damage in through that thin slit in that truck. That was really impressive shooting there from AHQ. Great job to get that. Vendetta's down to 2 members.
And welcome to Los Leones and why nobody wants to fight there, because around every corner, every angle, every bit of wreckage, there's going to be a guy with a gun ready to kill you. Meanwhile, you can see a Freak of Freaks Fatal looking back over towards GEX. A little bit of a contain going on right now. GEX doesn't have to move too much. We are inside the safe zone, but looks like Fatal really wants his complex.
Fatal needs to take and win this fight so desperately. They have to get away from the angles of 4 AM now, who have moved up to the hill. Style has been knocked by Sophia. This could be disaster for them. They need these points so desperately.
Well, really, 4 AM is kind of like the referees of this fight right now. You can see that Fatal wanted to make the push. 4 AM took the shots, and suddenly it just comes apart. Everybody has to stop in their tracks. They don't want to take the damage from the third party, and now everything kind of resets for just a moment.
wow, they are just able to get to Style. If they're able to get this res, this could be huge for AFF if they could survive this. But Leo thinking about the frag grenade, opts to not go for it. They are able to get Style back up. That is monumental for a Freak of Freaks Fatal.
All right, so now what are we going to see have happen here? GEX looks like they want to be a little bit more aggressive with that. They do have the high ground. Where are we going? We sticking to Los Leones, or are we moving to the fields? It looks like we're moving towards the fields, off towards the west of this phase in a good position. So now we can see TSM post up right in the middle of this, as well as Sting Divine. Now, everybody that opted into Los Leones has to figure out how the hell do we get out of here?
Yeah, now is the real challenge for those teams. You want to get in there. It's relatively safe to get into the cities. It's getting out of them that becomes a huge problem. Now, Chaiwei taking a few parting shots at AFF, but they are quite okay for now. There is a little bit of room for AFF to maneuver on the southern part of the circle, but they might bump into red cannons.
AFF making their push. Nothing too crazy. We do have Sun Sister that's making a long rotation back around behind this, so might find a similar angle as well. A lot of our Los Leones teams almost playing musical chairs. No, that's not how you do a rotation, AFF. You don't rotate your friend's car. Now it's just stuck sitting there. It's going to roll back on that side. No, I'm sorry. I know, Style, you're looking at it in hopes, but that thing's not going to right itself. So now, AFF, you're in the safe zone, but you're on foot with, well, I don't think they could all jump in that truck, but that's not a good call.
You don't know. You could never do that, especially in this late situations with this many teams up. There's no way you're getting further than a couple hundred meters before you're just torn apart.
I don't think that's how you do that either. So does manage to make it down the hillside. But you can see nobody's wanting to really encroach into that area around Los Leones. That's why everybody's moving off towards the edges for it. HQ and a little bit of a skirmish right now with 4AM. Depending on how Milk moves into this, he might find himself with a very nice angle back down on that. Says, no, okay, we're just going to move away. And instead, 4AM they're going to have a lot of cover to play off of, but it's going to make it a little bit more difficult. Sun Sister, here comes their rotation right next to GEX.
Yeah, all right, GEX is putting the shots down into Sun Sister. Kendes is able to get inside, only takes a little bit of damage there. Kane not able to land many of his shots, and now Shadow is taking shots at Crazy Sam as he is pushing way ahead, but that motorcycle is very on fire. Kendes is gonna go down.
You can see Shyway coming through and cleaning up a couple of shots. Sun Sister can try to continue this rotation through, but it's just bullets crisscrossing all over the place. Keva's got to be very careful off of it. I think they're finally going to break the angle away from a Freak of Freaks Fatal, but Freak of Freaks Fatal finds themselves having shots coming at them from the red Canids.
Yeah, the Canids give Sun Sisters just a little bit of breathing room for now, but so far this is disaster for Sun Sister. They need more points. They need as many as they can get, and they're already down to 2 members. You don't want to be in that situation right now with 4 members strong of the Freak of Freaks Fatal on your right and the red Canids in front of you.
Very often we see teams go, okay, I'm down to 2. I need to play for points. I need to play passive. You can't do that, Sun Sister, right now. You still have to play aggro, even not having the numbers at this point. T1 making a push back along this hillside. QM's back down on the other side of the street, so should have a little bit more space onto it. The hill's going to block this out. So now a lot of our teams have managed to shift around, kind of playing musical chairs through the buildings of Los Leones. Not a lot of big skirmishes, but I would have to say very good rotation from those teams that are inside of a very dangerous position to at least get a couple of buildings right on the edge of the safe zone.
Yeah, the good news for QM, if SK Telecom comes out onto this hill, a lot of teams could see them up there, so this rotation should be relatively safe. They've got a little bit of room to work with. T1 might come up behind this now. Actually, Helen was hearing the footsteps. You could see him kind of watching the direction of the movement of QM, and now he's actually going to push out there. This might be a little bit risky for Helen, but actually it doesn't look like anybody's really looking this way.
Where's the circle going to go when it's making its way back up towards the north? Going to favor those teams that were stuck right on the edge of Los Leones. So now, a little bit of a skirmish starting to break out as T1 is looking back towards QM. They know that they need to make their way just a little bit further forward. They need to get it down. They need to get something out of this so that way they can complete their push. But QM, I gotta say, I like the way that they're holding these different angles, trying to expect somebody to push back down that hillside because, I mean, at this point, the Blues back behind them. They can choose to rotate back around through that, but there's not a lot of places really that T1 can go.
All right, let's see what Akkad can do with this M24. No, he's gonna take some shots from Nikki. This is what I was talking about. Up on this hill is so exposed, you have to either get down or do something else because you're gonna get torn apart up there.
Meanwhile, 4AM still just trying to figure out how to cut through AHQ. AHQ is just holding the line. This is what I want to see, CC. Get up in a sneaky little spot. Sneak up on top of him. Nobody would expect that position. Wayless just trying to move back away from it, being forced back over here next to CC. He could have a great grenade. Depending on how the angle for this goes, it's going to bounce at least once, roll down to the face, but not quite far enough.
It does damage Wayless quite a bit, but it isn't going to get any knocks. Counter grenades coming up and over. Yan Lee gets knocked as well here. Some nice shooting from Wayless. Good positioning there. It is only one member standing for AHQ.
HQ, they had the line, but now it's just SR. He's holding a different angle, and it looks like 4AM know exactly where he's at. He's going to have to move, but 4AM, these guys have just been on a roll yesterday, a little bit slower today, but Helen realizes, okay, we can't make the push back down on that angle, so just going to have to run back through a very populated remnants of Los Leones that are still inside the circle.
That was too indecisive by T1. They either needed to
SR
get down that hill. Oh, SR is going to get found out, though, and he is going to go down. That is disaster for AHQ. They're right on 16th spot. That opens the door for another team to leapfrog them.
All right, 4AM, you managed to get down one team, but guess what? W-Click is now posted up right past that, and you're still going to have to continue along this path. High ground positioning coming up from W-Click right now, so you can see Rez actually going to come back for T1. That's going to be big, get them back up to 2 at the time. But I gotta say, it's starting to get really heavy on that eastern part of the circle. We've got right now 4 teams all roughly pushing to a similar location, and that's gonna be a strong push coming out from 4AM. One of the members for W-Click is already down, but also one of the members of 4AM is down as well.
All right, ZGG, he's pushing in on the bottom, takes some damage from a grenade. Decent grenades coming out from W-Click as they want to hold 4AM's push off, give themselves a few more points, although they're pretty well secured in this, so this could be a battle for just some pride more than anything else.
With the amount of fans and the rooting that happens for 4AM every single time they get a kill, they are never going to be satisfied. They're going to continue that push every single time. So now, W-Click forced up towards the top. New circle has popped. You can see still just sitting back over towards the center. Ghost Gaming right in the middle of it, and they need a big game. But the problem is, I don't think that they're getting a lot of kills based off this position.
Yeah, they really need to secure a few more kills with that position. They control so much of that circle, but oh no, Harold gonna come in, finish off Wayless. A nice push by him, and this is good for Lat AM right now.
We do have Sun Sister, the remnants of it, still looking back, trying to find a couple more kills. Does get it down back over towards one of the phase members. Red Canids was looking back along that similar path. But look, Sun Sister's starting to see a lot of down people next to him. That's potential points, but has to survive. There's a lot of aggression coming back towards Flychan's way.
I mean, there's a lot of knocks coming in from the Sun Sisters. They're just not able to confirm the kills. There's buildings and other things. Let's go, Fiat-chan. This is the tournament on the line for your team. Get up there, rock some faces.
Oh, no, that is not what you need to do right now. 0 kills, 10 teams still remaining, so not a good position if he goes out at this stage. Jeff Laka looking back over towards Vendetta, trying to figure out if he's going to take the shots off of it. I cannot believe Vendetta did not see him back over towards that angle. Flychan's taking a little bit of damage. Throws out the grenade, but it is going to go down, so Sun Sister eliminated in 10th.
Sun Sister still has one more game. They're still in it. 45 points for them. No doubt they could come back. The Canids looks like they're going to get all of their members potentially back up if they can get out to Andy FPS. He is bleeding out, but yeah.
That's too risky. And yet Jeff Locke like, okay, well, I got to try to avoid that. That Molotov in that angle is going to be huge. The blue is back behind him. There's nowhere to go. Bye, Jeff. You're down and out. And SK Telecom T1 goes out in 9.
Yep, they don't even get placement points off of that. That is disaster for T1 as well. They were really looking to secure some more points. Tried to, for sure, be one of those 16 teams. Here comes Psycho up over the hill. 4 members of Sting Divine are inside of here, but they're going to back him off with some nice shots, and he is down at 22 health.
Rusty Zero's back behind him, but they don't have the numbers. They have the aggression. They know where they want to go, but there's so many members of Sting Divine still alive, and this is a dangerous push. A couple of teams do have an angle back down towards this right now, so a couple of grenades coming up in defense from Sting Divine. There's no opening right now for Red Canids, and that's going to be Psycho going down. Now it is all just onto Rusty Zero. Nicky's got the angle back over towards him, but look, Lazarus is starting to make a push back out into this position. They're on the hunt for some kills themselves.
It's Luke 12 basically by himself over here, coming up on the flank of Rusty Zero. A good grenade from Turtle is going to end the Red Canids round.
Meanwhile, Sting Divine did have 2 get knocked locked in this, so having to retreat back, try to get those reses back up. Look at this aggressive play coming out from Lazarus. They're separated on so many different points. That's Ghost right in the middle with so much control. Meanwhile, 2 members of Lazarus, Purdy Curdy running across the road by himself, and Luke is just looking back towards Sting Divine like, yeah, maybe I could kill them.
Lazarus is playing with absolutely no fear right now. They are spread out all over this circle. They want to gobble up all the points they can. This is like hungry hippos right now.
But let's not forget, we do have QM still up towards the north of this as well. Purdy Curdy gets it down onto Shrims. He tries to get the grenade up, goes a little bit short, so that could be a res coming back. But I feel like Ghost is starting to realize they're getting surrounded, and we've seen Lazarus do this quite a bit. They can kind of breach a building in a way that so many other teams can't. They just dismantle you slowly and steadily, but they have to get there first. That's another down coming back as Purdy Curdy did get knocked. Shrimsy's right on the edge of the flames, just barely clinging to life, trying to get the meds up.
It's a nice attempt with that Molotov, but there's just enough room for Shrimsy. I actually really like the greed here from Ghost Gaming. This is a big 2-2 split. If they can make this work, they will clean up a ton of points.
And they desperately need them right now. They need to climb up that leaderboard. They have the position, but they have Lazarus and QM knocking at the door, and it is so cautious. They only have 1 kill. They know that they need way more kill points than this right now. Uncivil's got an angle back towards Sting Divine, taking a couple of shots at them. Meanwhile, we can see Vendetta still slowly encroaching around the east.
There are so many teams bunched up underneath that 16th spot. 2 of them still in it. Ghost Gaming and Sting Divine want to win this. They want everything they can get, and it is going to be a tough slog ahead for Sting Divine. They've got a road to cross. They've got some smokes, but Lazarus has the angle on the bottom. There's some Vendetta members up on the top.
Lazarus is just carving out more and more of the map. Look at the stranglehold that they're taking back down towards the south. They know where Sting Divine is. Now moving in, getting a little bit more control over it. Sting Divine's trying to walk up, but Purdy Curdy has the angle. That's a down and a flush onto Jet. And now Turtle's like, I can't even go on that path. Where do I go? Which angle is open? He needs to get it down if he wants to continue, but does see Alo. Gets a couple of shots, but doesn't get him down.
Oh, Turtle has to make those shots work. Missing that is going to be disastrous. He takes a ton of damage from a grenade. He is almost down. He is the last surviving member of Sting Divine. They desperately need him to get some more points.
We do have an aggressive 2-2 split coming up from Ghost as well. QM is starting to cut a path in between it. Vendetta's looking back down towards Sting Divine. Got Luke 12 looking back up towards his Aussie friends, thinking about taking a couple of shots.
They're going to take their licks here, but Lazarus is doing a great job maintaining this position. They're beat up, but they're holding it together. This is a masterclass in positioning. Purdy, Curdy, and Luke up here on the flank, and they're holding down that warehouse, which is still just ever so slightly in the circle, but we're going to have 5 teams match them in phase 8.
It requires such good communication whenever you're making these aggressive split plays. Really, you've got Alo back towards the back, calling out, okay, this is where they're moving. This is how you go. And these guys, instead of sitting in buildings, waiting to see if somebody walks in front of them, making pushes around all over the place. McCoy, rest of Ghost, starting to find themselves under even more fire. Critical motion, slowly creeping up on this. I don't think that Ghost is aware 2 of their members are stacked up in this complex. He's just slowly creeping his way in with the smokes out, with the meds going off. I think McCoy might have finally heard it, but we do have another member from Vendetta out on the outside of this watching. Oh. Vegas has got to be very careful with these peaks. I like the way Vendetta's playing this, trying to lean on the outside, draw them out, make them peak. Maybe they can get it down off of it, but it's going to be just a continuation as we see. Up on top, McCoy gets the angle, gets the down onto it, so now 1 member of Vendetta is up. Ghost is looking around onto this, but it's going to be a shot coming out from Lazarus that drops down Vegas.
Shrimsy is trying to get in there and cover some of his Ghost teammates. Vegas has been knocked by some long-distance fire from Lazarus. McCoy now as well, trying to put some pressure on, but the circle is on top of him, and this one hurts so bad. I don't think he has enough time for this first aid kit.
He's down and out right now, but keep in mind, while all of this is going on between Vendetta, Lazarus, Ghost Gaming, QM is just hiding out. They just keep sneaking into a new position, and they're waiting to pounce.
I mean, this is a really interesting play from QM. We've seen them be ultra aggressive today. Now they're just going to wait it out and see what they can do here at the end of the game. Really smart stuff from them, and critical motion. He's doing everything he can here for Vendetta. He's going to have to be an absolute hero. He's even going to throw that pan. He throws the pan just in desperation.
Maybe it'll work. Maybe I'll get it down. I'll get something out of it. Alo looks like he's finally spied out QM, but it's going to be a push on the side of this. That's going to be Ghost that gets it down and a flush onto him. Vendetta's now spotted over QM, and it's going to be QM that takes them down. So now 3 teams, 8 alive, and we can see Lazarus still continuing their rotations, their hunt right now with 9 kills. Ghost still firmly defended up in this position. only 2 players alive, and QM starting to be a little bit more aggressive as well.
This is such a weird position for Ghost Gaming to be in. Yes, they have a closer position to the center of the circle, but all Shrimzy has to work with is that one door to see Lazarus Gaming. This is so challenging for him. He might have to bop outside of the building, but Shrimzy does get Wu Fang.
That's going to be huge. That's going to slow down QM. So important right now. That's going to be a return shot coming out from QM. They have one member, but trying to get the shots over towards it. Purdy Curdy's going for the spray onto it. They can't quite get him down. Lazarus starting to realize, okay, we need to start getting more control towards the center. QM wants to go for the res, but it realizes it's a little bit too risky. Ghost gets their res back up, and it's just continuing to shrink down. QM pushes up into Ghost, gets the down off of this. Shrimzy's just waiting. Last member, he gets taken down. QM is still alive, but Lazarus is looking back. They heard the fight.
Shrimzy with the absolute worst time to try to pull out the grenade, and it's going to be easy with the sneaky push. He is the one who collapses onto Ghost Gaming and wipes them from the face of the earth. Now it is just 3 members of Lazarus. First is easy, he goes down. Lazarus takes the chicken dinner.
Another victory. Northwest.
Here we go. One more chance for these teams to qualify for Oakland. All their hopes and dreams are on the line. Destiny is there. It's time to grab it.
Where are we seeing the jumps coming through? AFF jumping very early. Vendetta as well. Tempo Storm following a path. They always like to go towards Impala. Nothing crazy going through there. W-Click. They keep playing Los Leones. Nobody's contesting them. I still have my eyes on Hacienda because guess what? Team number 1, team number 2. Out of all the lobbies right now, both like Hacienda. And it was Lazarus that bullied out 4 a.m. last time.
I want them to put on a show for the crowd here. Let's just go at it. Let's have some fun. You guys are into the finals. All the points are wiped clean next week. Let's just get it on.
So we do have them flying right on top of each other. Are they both going to commit to it? Let's find out who the real top dog is of this weekend. Get that fight in Hacienda. Come on, guys. We want it so badly. Oh, everybody is starting to drop down. It looks like they want it too.
Let's tango. Let's go.
This is exactly what we wanted. We're seeing the drops come through off of it, and it's going to be very contested off the start. Dropping on the balcony, we've got Luke looking back over towards Lou. It's going to be peeked back and forth. Reloads are coming through, sprays back and forth off the start, and that's going to be Lazarus getting the first down.
Luke outduels with his S12K of his own, but Forever's waiting here for Elo. He does get backed off. It's just an SKS, so the damage output isn't as high as he would like. That's going to back him off. Purdy Curdy's got a VSS. See if he's going to opt to put that thing into auto fire, see if he can rip some faces.
This is the way PUBG should be played. Bring it up, step up for Pride right now. You can see Uncivil realizes he has outnumbered on this angle, waiting to see if somebody's going to encroach around. A lot of people like to move around that location. You can see 4AM contained back on the side of it. Lazarus has a lot of the nodes for loot that they can play off of. 4 Angry Men starting to realize, we don't have the numbers. We don't have a lot of loot at this stage. You can see no armor, no helmets for multiple members. Everybody is just in peak battles right now, waiting to see who's going to push. But Lazarus starting to get a little bit more aggressive, encroaching into that territory that 4AM is just trying to hold down.
The do-si-do continues as Lazarus starts to swing further west into the compound, but way less. Is being very, very quiet, looking to see if somebody will show their face for him. Elo is pretty hurt. No heals yet because, of course, a lot of these teams have been in a standoff. They haven't had much time to grab gear.
And that is huge right now. The longer that this fight continues means that these guys are not going to have a chance to get meds, armor, ammo. It's going to make their rotation so much more dangerous. ZGG going way around the outside of this. New circle is popped. Luckily, Hacienda is inside the circle, and well, we might see a rotation from that point, depending on who comes out of it alive. But it's a lot of the teams up towards the west that are going to have to make their rotations.
I mean, I would love it if they just stayed here and they just tried to play a King of the Mountain type situation. Oh no, Elo, you're gonna get caught out. Great spray by ZGG is gonna find him.
And that's that long flank coming up from 4 Angry Men. Now the numbers are neutralized. Luke took a lot of damage as well. Grenade's gonna come up, go a little bit too far, but it's gonna be a Molotov that's gonna make it very dangerous. Luke has to watch his feet. If he gets knocked, that's gonna be real bad. He's got a couple of bandages to play with right now. Nobody has a lot of utility, and that's making this so much more stressful.
A smart grenade by Luke, knowing that that's about the only angle that anybody's going to be able to find him out from. Now he's stuck out on the balcony. Bit of a risky move here, but it is paying off for him as he's able to get inside. Oh,
Purdy's got Purdy on the side, trying to go for the shots with the VSS, but the Angry Bees do not connect, so Purdy's going to have to sneak back away from this. ZGG's got that vector, but remember, Uncivil has been holding this point, waiting for the push to come through. Is he going to hear the footsteps? Because it is so sneaky right now. ZGG's coming up back behind it. I don't know if Civ has heard this. Surely he has to have at this point. ZGG just creeping ahead. There's the shot from Civ. That's another one down.
Great patience by Uncivil. 3 for 2 right now as Wayless and Forever look to see if they can even up the score. Luke's going to cross in front of him. He takes a shot, but it doesn't look like it connected.
So we got AK coming up from Wayless, trying to get the spray back over towards Purdy Curdy, who's running the VSS. One is a little bit stronger than the other one, but it's going to be the VSS on top.
That is why I love the VSS.
Yeah, that's it, Purdy.
Better than you think close range when you get it into auto fire. It spews bullets at an unbelievable rate, and that is going to just outduel the 4 AM, and you can hear the USA chant.
Everything's kept up. This is what I wanted so much. These are two of my favorite teams at this event, playing exactly the way I love PUBG to be played.
I mean, what a show they're putting on for us here. And of course, there is something
Look, he's still
meaning
going
in
for
this.
it. He's still going for it forever. I love you. Don't run away from this. You got pride at stake right now. Let's see how this goes through, though.
It's not just pride, because think about this. They're both going to be fighting over this in the finals. So this
First
is
place.
more of a jockeying situation here. They're trying to find out who will be the real owner of this location.
T1 and HQ in a fight. Remember, these are two cusp teams right now. This is really big. We got our top dogs fighting in one spot, and then we've got our guys fighting for life to make it to Oakland in another. Tempo Storm's getting caught up with W-Click right now, and that's going to be one of their members down.
Yep, here comes some grenades up and over. That one's going to be off the mark from Sharky. Rybo is very, very weak. Tempo Storm on the move. Sharp shot coming up here. Luke is up there already, but Rybok's actually going to get found out by Wu Fang from QM. Harold's going to get Luke.
Sharky is getting really flushed very quickly. They've got to watch out for it. Silzen's trying to go for a rotation. It's going to be QM that's taking the shots back over towards W-Click in the back. Harold steps up just trying to at least get one, but look, the shots come out on the other side of it. There's a lot going off over here as Sun Sister also has an angle on this.
Vendetta's come up on the backside of QM. There's about 5 or 6 teams skirmishing in the open out here, and everyone wants these points. Everybody is getting aggressive. Silzen is able to finish off Luke. Oh, sharp shot. He might get Ragnar here. Gets a few sprays, isn't able to connect.
So with this, Tempo Storm's trying to retreat back, reset. They know exactly where W-Click is. Gonna throw out the grenade that could land pretty close to him, depending on how bounces go. Gonna be just a little bit on the outside, not get the down off of it. Zampa's playing right up in the face of Silzen, but no, that's gonna be Tempo Storm going down as W-Click comes up on top.
One member of QM did go down to Vendetta on the back of all of this. Sun Sister did steal a kill.
Oh!
Gabba's gonna get one. Purdy Curdy's gonna finish off for
With
forever.
the VSS again! All right, Purdy, you're gonna stack up those VSS numbers. I like it, I like it. So with that, our second place team is now down and out, and looks like we have a new top dog up on top of it, and all I can say is America. Yeah.
Yeah, fill in that middle word. I gotta go with Pansy on this. Love the VSS, so I was really happy when she pointed out that Jeff Locke is gonna get Trimsy. That is a huge loss for Ghost and a huge pickup for T1.
So with this, T1 does have an angle back towards the other members. That was just one rotating point for Ghost. So going to pull back away from this, but T1 slowly trying to make their way up towards the high ground with this. That's going to be a little bit more information fed back their direction.
A lot of confidence from Adder getting up here. We saw him take the high ground, get an easy kill earlier in the week, and he is looking to replicate that success. Akkad is coming up now. T1 looking to group up just a little bit. They have quite a large split for where this circle is. They're a bit west of the center.
HQ has a rough idea that somebody might be next to him, trying to get sight lines back towards it. Khan is creeping up on this angle for it, and I think has actually managed to creep right past where we can see SR's position at, so I don't think that they're aware of this. So now, HQ getting more and more information off those profile positions. Once you crest the top of the hill, that lets everybody know where you're at. You can see that so easily. So now HQ trying to figure out how do they want to approach this.
And the overall grand picture meaning of this battle is huge. Both of these teams right on top of each other in the standings. Neither wanting to make the first move. Now CC does fire off a few shots. Jeff Laka is going to connect onto him as he jumps back behind the hill.
A couple of shots now coming out from Cat as well, trying to buy a little bit more space, makes his way back down here. He does have a vehicle that he can use, but it is so risky. Luckily, it is facing downhill, so that should help it speed up just a little bit as it tries to make it out in a way. But oh, yep, give us this one off of it. And oh, Forever was waiting, trying to get something out of it, but it's gonna be the VSS. 2 kills with the VSS to start the game. I love it. I love it.
Love it. T1 is going to group up and move more center circle. Get ready to go wherever this circle shifts to, and it is actually going to go southwest, and they are immediately about facing and heading that way. Ghost in the center, Vendetta, and the Red Canids as well. So a lot of teams that are on the cusp are going to be duking it out.
But there is a lot of flat land just to the east of La Bendita. It's just open fields, a couple of shacks that you can use. You can see a couple of teams are looking back down that direction. Do have FaZe that's making their rotation. They do have GEX that's in front of them. FaZe is way towards the north, and they're going to have to cut through several teams to make it in the safe zone.
Yeah, they're north of El Azahar, and this circle is centered around La Bendita almost. So that is a tremendous amount of distance they're going to have to cross, and it looks like for now they're going to be able to successfully rotate around GEX. Ghost, of course, has set up pretty central here on the edge of the crater.
So right now we're looking at 15, 16, 17, 18. These guys are vying for their life. Fatal gets a line of sight back over towards W-Click. Remember, there was a couple of exchanges already happening with them. T1 running along the side of Ghost Gaming right now. Looks like Helen wants this complex. They're committing. The sprays coming through. Beautiful seed swap to keep him alive. Jeff Locke does go down off of it, but now we've got T1 looking back over towards Ghost. Drassel's trying to find the angle for it. The approach is coming through. Vegas is holding down the top. He's all by himself inside of this building. The support from Ghost is coming around the outside of it. Helen's trying to find a sight line, but just can't see anybody yet.
Yeah, Helen takes a few shots at Vegas as he's running out, doesn't connect with anything there, trying to cover the outside for T1. They are going to be able to get the res onto Jeff Locke. It looks like Ghost has backed off a little bit, and for now, a slight beachhead has been established for this Korea team.
This feels like two different conflicts right now. T1 knows that Ghost is in competition with them. They're playing it a little bit more aggressive on it. Ghost still opting into that defensive style. They're not going to get that. They're allowing that res to go off, and that could backfire in their face terribly.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard when you're in this situation because you don't want to overcommit and end your tournament life. This is everything on the line for Ghost Gaming. At least for T1, you can hang your hat on it and say we're already in.
There's no information being gathered right now. They're just holding angles, waiting for somebody to hopefully walk in front of them. That's so dangerous at this point because now they don't know what's rotating around them. Drassel's kind of the guy that's on the outside trying to feed information back towards everybody, but look at Vegas moving up on top. This could be a huge, sneaky angle, but we have seen T1 use this in the past. They should be aware that somebody could approach from up here.
Yeah, and if they were paying attention during the last game yesterday on Miramar, DJ from one of the Chinese teams was up on that angle as well, and just sniffed him out despite losing.
And I have to be very careful with these peeks back over towards it. Meanwhile, slowly creeping off to the side of it. It's got two different buildings lined up. Couple of exchanges, but remember, when we see these prolonged exchanges like that, losing helmets, losing armor makes you so much more vulnerable. But it feels like T1, everything rests on this back position. Meanwhile, for Ghost, it's Drassel just trying to creep over and hopefully get something. They're down to 3 right now, and there are 4 still up for T1.
These teams got to be careful. The more noise they make, the more attention they're going to attract. And oh my God, he saw his foot. He's going to get knocked. Vegas is going to find the head, and that is one laying down now for T1.
Look at the reaction come out from T1. They tried to defend instantly. That's going to be McCoy going down. Exchange going back over towards Helen. Going to force him back around the other side of this. T1 now starting to be a little bit more contained. A lot of flanks coming through, but that's going to be Vegas down. Now just Drassel. Remember, Ghost needs a big game, and they are now down to 1 alive. They have to be so careful.
This could be disaster. Ghost Gaming is
eliminated.
They are eliminated. Let's see if T1 can get the revive onto a COD like I was talking about. Too much attention has been drawn to this location, and Lazarus is moving in.
Lazarus hears noise, and they want to kill. They're running a separated split off of this, and they're like, hey, we hear people killing things. Let's go over there anyway. We know it's really far away, but you never know. We might get something out of it. So Siv's off over here by his lonesome, looking around saying, hey, maybe I can get it down, but nah, this feels a little bit too risky. We'll just retreat back over there.
Oh, and now Vendetta's found an angle into this as well. Icon gets the knock onto a COD, but quickly Adder is there to get the revive. So as T1 took a lot of damage throughout this situation, a ton of their utility, their helmets and their vests are beat the hell up.
I love this. Lazarus is like, well, we can't kill you, but we'll just make sure your rotations suck. Let's just take out all of your tires, walk away, and now you just get a walk across Miramar.
Yeah, that's not ideal this early in the Miramar phase. You want to have a few vehicles available to make those quick rotations across the terrain.
He leaves afterwards. He's like, my job is done. I return to my people. So now it's about rotations coming through. We've been caught up in a lot of early game skirmishes. So you can see HQ looking back over towards Sting Divine right now. We got a nice angle back over towards Milk, trying to get away from that. Looks like he should make it back around the hillside, but HQ is going to have to figure out, okay, how do we handle this? They do have the inside gatekeeping position back towards Sting Divine, though.
Yeah, somehow Milk is just able to find an angle behind these Twin Peaks to give himself enough time to get his heal off. He was almost knocked down, but SR is going to group up with him. They are going to move their way into the top part of Minas Generales.
So now you can see GEX just to the south of that. Lazarus kind of contained around a similar location. Vendetta's taking some shots back over towards Sun Sister, going to connect with them. So it's a lot of late rotations coming in for a couple of these guys as, yep, you can see the shots coming back over towards Kandesu, and he goes down. Gab is still playing off on the other side of that. 3 members for Sun Sister still up and alive, and they are in the safe zone, but they're just not in a comfortable position inside the safe zone.
Yeah, a big loss there for the Sun Sisters. They really need 4 alive and getting into the late game to have a real good shot at this. Sting Divine still 4 for themselves. They are very much in this as well with 46 points. Not too far off of that 54 that AHQ currently holds. So a lot of the teams that are still in this are still in the game, Matcham.
So look at this. You see Red Canids have actually posted up directly in the crater of La Bendita. We don't see that happen too often because you lose so much information. You're in a bubble at that point. You can look around and see if anybody crests up and over, but you have no idea what's happening on the outside of those walls. Look at this. Sun Sister running back down, but they're going to bounce around where we see Sting Divine at. They do lose one inside of that rotation, so that's going to be Levis that gets the shots back over towards him, but I think he's got a little bit of a wall and should have some smokes to play with. Meanwhile, Sting Divine, they still need to make it inside the safe zone. Are they going to choose to crash that angle? Looks like they're at least going to approach along it. Jet looks like he wants this. He's going to deny. 2 jump off, looking around the angles for it. You can see Gabba's just waiting to see where the push comes from. He's going to line up towards Turtle, trying to connect with a shot. Turtle just keeps powering through, and now everything's come apart for Sun Sister, and they're out.
And that is going to be the end of the Sun Sisters in this tournament. What a push here by Sting Divine. The confidence, the chutzpah to do this was incredible.
I love the word chutzpah. Thank you for using that there. So now you got Sting Divine looking back through. They managed to make it to the safe zone, but now they got to go again because just south of Minas Generalis is going to be where the circle's at. You can see Red Canids are posted up in that position. We do have FaZe pushing back over towards a Freaka Freaks Fatal right now. I don't know if these 2 members are aware of it. With the vehicle reposition, there might have been a couple of shots that come through, but Uba might have an angle back on the side of this depending on how they rotate.
Yeah, the Freaks only have 2 members left. Yes, they have 2 kills, but look at that, 46 points for them. They need to post up a huge round to get into this. So right now they have to play for the late game and then try to get some kills.
Red Canids, what is going on? You're supposed to be holding down this crater. They've just let 2 different teams encroach on this point. You can see that QM's off on the other side of it, and AFF just ran down inside of it. They don't have any good firing angles from this point. Sure, they can play for position, but we've seen that does not work at this stage.
Yeah, they had a good spread, and then they kind of condensed it when this next circle came through. Helen's going to get a knock onto Vendetta, looking to secure themselves some more points, find a way into that final next weekend, and nothing there for Adder right now after getting that first knock.
So now you can see T1 looking back over towards this angle. I don't think that there's anybody left that they can really take shots at except for 1 more member of Vendetta that, I think 2 actually, that might need to make a push along the side. But really, Sting Divine just continuing their motorcycle rampage across the map is catching a little bit of air here. They've got the ghillie suit on the back of the motorcycle. I don't think that helps a whole bunch, but you do have Vendetta. It's going to take a couple of shots, but remember, we just saw T1 also has a firing line across this side. QM was also trying to encroach up over here as well as FaZe. So they're opting into playing in the blue. That's going to take a lot of damage. Once they turn in, if anybody has a sight line for it, it's going to be very dangerous. That's why they're medding up right now. Stop, take the time, make that last little push, and pray nobody connects with any bullets. Meanwhile, Vendetta's just full on Synth time.
Oh, no.
They lose a tire. That's bad. Trying to stay alive out of it, jumping out of the vehicles, trying to use it for cover, but there's so many firing angles coming back towards them. That's another down going back over towards T1.
The SLRs are raining death and destruction here onto Vendetta. Their tournament hopes being dashed as this goes down. That tractor is not enough protection, but ooh, Chaiwei is gonna steal one of those kills from T1. That's actually kind of a big deal.
I like how T1 looks over. Adder's like, I keep taking my kills. Looks off over to the left there. So now you can see Lazarus still running their split right back over here next to T1. Keep hearing firefights, and they're just very interested in it. With this, it feels like La Bendita is probably going to be where our end point is going to be at. It's going to try to probably shift away from Minas Generalis. A lot of the planes are now out of the circle, so it's going to be a lot of rough terrain points. You can see QM does look back over towards one of the members of STV, but QM has so many defensive line points right here.
I tell you what, if you're STV, this is not the team you want to run into. QM is absolutely on fire today. Circle just centers up right over La Bendita. Meanwhile, the battle rages on here between QM and Sting Divine.
But FaZe hears this, and they're pushing up on the other angle as well. FaZe looks back down towards this. You can see Levis trying to move back around this, but it's going to be FaZe that's starting to peek up on the side of it. Sting Divine is in a lot of trouble, but now QM could find themselves literally in a barrel that they could be shot out of.
Oh, what a grenade lands right on top of GYY. Good grenade from Uba, looking for him to light the scoreboard powered up. Levis is prone, getting some smokes down. Fuzzface is gonna spot out Liga, and out goes QM in 11th place.
All right, FaZe, it's the last game. You're playing for Pride at this point. I mean, it's a long reach to make it back up there, but the dream could exist if they have a giant 20-plus game. There is
well, I tell you
the
what,
outside chance.
Matchroom, I tell you what, if that happens, that will actually be the greatest moment in PUBG esports history.
That would be a huge comeback. Party look back to over towards AHQ, taking a couple shots. He's going to go down. Lazarus was running a very aggressive split, so there's no support except for long range that's going to be coming through. Civ does get the down and flush back over towards CC, but Party is going to go down for that. Lazarus down to 2.
All right, Kane making a dash across a lot of firing lines. He ends up getting knocked by Luke 12 up there. Once again, Lazarus hasn't had to move too far. They're just kind of covering that northern angle on La Bendita. Uncivil's coming into this now. Picks up Chaiwei, trying to get some more shots in, is backed off by Leo.
Just trying to pick up more kills at this point. Lazarus sitting on 7. You know, a couple of these other teams might want some of these points, Lazarus. You can kind of relent at this stage. You made your point with the 4 a.m. drop earlier.
They really did. I mean, look at this, 8 kills here. Of course,
yeah.
You know, they won the battle for the middle Hacienda, man.
Hacienda battle.
I'm just so blown away by what they're doing today. They are just incredible.
But look at Levis kind of creeping up back behind this. FaZe has to be very vulnerable up towards the top, but there's a lot of members of FaZe over here that Sting Divine is going to have to contend with. Go ahead, get the stims up onto it, but you can see FaZe feels like they've got a lot of control over this angle, looking back down into the crater. And this is kind of what I was talking about. This is the wall around outside of the crater. The guys down towards the center don't really know what's happening on the outside. They don't have good sight lines back towards. If FaZe is not careful, Levis could find a very sneaky angle back behind them and do a ton of damage.
Well, Levis continues the crawl, the army crawl up the hill. Right now, FaZe's attention is in different directions, but ooh, they're gonna take some damage from Jeff Laka, landing a headshot with that SLR. But Uba gonna be able to get behind the crest of this hill and get rezzed by Fuzzface, assuming Levis doesn't have anything to say about it.
He sees it, and you can see he wants it, goes for the spray, and that's 2 down back over for FaZe. The spin comes back around. They get the down onto it, but look, HC is charging over here trying to get these reses off.
And that is going to be the end of the day for Sting Divine, the end of the tournament for them.
T1!
Oh, here comes T1.
If they make this push, if they were paying attention to how the knocks were coming through, they could capitalize on a huge moment and catch FaZe while they're trying to get their meds back off. Jeff Laka leading the charge up this hillside. He's got to figure out how does he want to play this. He doesn't have a lot of utility, just smoke grenades. It's not going to be a frag that takes down FaZe if T1 gets them. It's going to be just a brutal approach off of this, and they realize, okay, it's taken a little bit too long, but I don't know. Is FaZe still expecting anyone off of this angle? Looks like they're starting to hunt around a little bit more, realizing that they were vulnerable from that angle, so trying to spot it out. Shots come from T1, and it's going to force them to play a little bit more defensively now, and they should be able to creep away from this and be prepared.
This is what I wanted to see from T1 more today. Being aggressive, taking opportune moments. AHQ is going to go down in 9th place.
That's
so
big.
55 points will be the cutoff mark for 16th right now.
But we got a couple of teams that could potentially do it. You can see Red Canids just nipping at the heels back over towards it. AFF caught in a lot of skirmish. I mean, the La Bendita crater area is so messy to play around. There's so many weird angles because we have like walls that are missing sections of them. There's just kind of like all of this rubbish that's down around the bottom of it you have to be careful about. There's so many sneaky angles that people could be hiding behind. It makes it so much harder. And to have a finals end around this location, Lord, so much pressure.
It's going to be really fascinating to see how these teams approach it. Of course, the Red Canids have been in there for quite a while, but they need more points. They need to get some kills here. They see TSM over on their left-hand flank, and they want to try to get some more points in. Iro, Michael, Rory on the side. Andy is going to get backed off. They're spotted out by TSM. I'm a little surprised that the Canids waited that long to get this kicked off.
They wanted to wait for the moment that TSM stopped kind of juking around, looking on something, but TSM is not going to stop for it. TSM got the smokes down, starting to encroach back over towards Red Canids. You can see Aspu's trying to hold the angle back, but Iro's going to step up to the side of it, try to connect, but not going to get any damage off. A lot of spray coming through, but it's got to be very, very careful off of this. Michael is down. Rory's taking a lot of damage, and now you can see the push starting to come back away from this. Red Canids want nothing to do. They're like, no, we need to stay alive. The problem with it is you guys also need kills.
Right, that grenade gonna back off the Red Canids. Rusty, Zera, and Raspu moving back and forth, trying to see if they can outposition him, but a nice peek by Rory. Is he going to be able to secure the kill? That grenade might roll a little bit too far. Raspu finds a decent angle, but there are no shots making their mark there.
That was so close. Now gonna opt into going for the res right now. FaZe Clan starting to come more and more alive. The threat looms back behind it. The grenade's gonna go a little bit too far. Not take down the Red Canids, but you can see TSM wants to make this push. They know that the Canids are vulnerable right now. FaZe is just looping around the circle on the hunt for anything that moves, taking shots at literally anything they see.
I mean, FaZe has to absolutely clean everything up. A Freak of Freaks Fatal moving up onto the remnants of Vendetta. A grenade comes in. It is just a bit too far. Lambu is going to find him. That is going to be Vendetta out in 5th place, and that will be their tournament.
Freak of Freaks playing back down towards the south. Red Canids trying to separate out and away. TSM in a good position right now, but finding themselves under fire from FaZe. That's going to be nice shots coming out from Uba. Michael is now down. Multiple downs have come his way, so he's going to bleed out very quickly. TSM's trying to find some type of cover point. Rory goes down as well. That's Iroh. That's starting to turn up for FaZe. We knew the fact that this was a potential possibility, but is it too late?
Uba is starting to go Super Saiyan here. I don't know if it is going to be enough, though.
FaZe is in 19th.
Wow, FaZe is getting up there. They're climbing. They're trying. The Red Canids have backed off, as have AFF. AFF is not too far out of this as well. 4 more points for them. That is all they need. There is everything on the line between these 3 teams.
These 3 teams, out of all the ways to end it right now, it's going to be the Red Canids taking shots back over towards Fuzzface, but he manages to juke almost all of them. Gets back towards safety. Fuzzface, the rest of the guys from FaZe hold down the north, back down towards the south. It's still 3 members of Red Canids, 2 members from a Freak of Freaks. We have 8 people alive with these 3 teams active.
If you ever doubted FaZe Clan, now is not the time. These guys are hungry and they are confident. They have the big stage experience to get this done. A Freak of Freaks Fatal on your southeast. 80 is pushing up on them, and oh my god.
And M249 on top of that. That's a ton of ammo to work with. That's going to be a big replenishment off of it. So 80 is going to start creeping back up over on this angle. They know they need to kill everything that's moving around them. They're at 13 kills right now. They're so aggressive pushing across these angles. Uba does see where Freak of Freaks is at, but look at this push coming out from 80. This could be the moment for FaZe, all depending on how they opt into playing this right now, and a lot of it hinges off the positioning of 80 and how Afrika moves. New circle pops. Does favor Red Canids, but let's be honest, FaZe doesn't care about where the circle's at right now. They are just on the hunt.
I mean, if Fatal has no idea that 80 is over here, he could end their day very, very quickly. You can see Lambu is cooking a grenade potentially. Oh, he's picking up some items from his teammate there. They're giving a little switch off, and this could be huge. If he finds 80 here, smokes are coming down first. Maybe seeing if he can bait 80 out a little bit. Fuzzface coming over for the assist. 80 doesn't get Lambu.
Now looks back around the other side of it. You can see Shadow's like, I didn't realize they were this close. Trying to figure out what's going on. That's more utility being used. Shadow's on the outside of the safe zone. He's got to push through them or Red Canids. Grenades are starting to come out. Shadow's trying to use something. Got to flush out 80 if he wants to continue his push off to the side of this. FaZe getting more control over this angle, but that is Red Canids hearing everything that's going down right now. That grenade lands close at the feet. Third-party shots coming into it. Everybody wants all of these kills. A Freak of Freaks Fatal's trying to crawl through the smokes. Down to 16 life. The blue right back behind him. Which direction is going to go? Looks back out, and it's going to go back over to Fuzzface.
All right, this is going to come down to this battle. The Red Canids versus FaZe here.
1 point.
This is huge. This is crazy. They're right next to each other. 3v3.
So now we do have the Canids that were posted up. They know a lot of the information, but FaZe has a lot of different angles that they can play around, and they're trying to use that. The smokes that the Canids are playing around right now gives away some of their positions. They want to play it a little bit more aggressive. Oh, but trying to take out that grenade, seeing if he can get anything off of it. So now we do have Rusty Zero right up on this angle. How's the push going to come through?
All right, Andy FPS peeking up over the hill. Uba not able to connect with his spray, but he knows where the Canids are now. Gonna get that grenade up and over, but it is too little too late. The Canids have already moved off, sniffing that one out. Rusty Zera on the left, Andy in the middle here, and you can see Fuzzface making the flank for FaZe. They control a lot of this circle. The Red Canids are a little grouped up, and it looks like FaZe is going to try to surround them.
15 kills, looking back over towards the Red Canids. Both of these teams playing to stay alive, stay in this tournament, make their way over towards Oakland. So much stakes right now for both of these teams. So now Rusty Zera still holding back down towards the center. Now all the smokes are starting to come through. Psycho does connect with one shot onto this. You can see the dance around. Everybody's trying to figure out where the reposition's coming through. Rusty Zera takes a little bit of damage, but Fuzzface still trying to encroach up onto it. Psycho goes for the peek onto it. Gotta be so cautious. I love the fact that we're getting the Toby eye tracker right now to see exactly how these teams are reacting.
Look at this. Uba's going to reposition. A lot of this is going to come down to him. The superstar for FaZe Clan. AT coming up over the hill. Nothing there. The smokes are down. Still a little bit of utility available for FaZe as they are looking to come around.
Andy goes for the peek off to the side of it. That's going to give away his position. Uba steps up, gets one, goes for the spray into the second one. There is just one Canid alive right now, and FaZe knows it. They're starting to push back through this. Rusty Zera playing inside the smokes. The hunt is on. The spray comes through, and the EU Giants, FaZe Clan